Where we at? Are we live? We're live. Ooh, we're live. Mm, we're live. How exciting. Oh, so exciting. How exciting. Yay. Ooh, so exciting. So exciting. So exciting. Oh, jeez. Okay. Ooh, so ooh, internet's dropping. Internet's dropping. Kind of. Still alive. We're still alive. We're good. We're good. The joys of having to use a VPN. Ooh, dropping again. I'm in Singapore right now. Should I switch? Should we start my computer before I went live? I should have. We should be fine. We should be fine. We should be fine. Well, this is why we go live early, so nothing happens during the actual when the gig starts. Connecting to chat, or not connected to chat. What's going on there? What's going on there? Ugh. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Connected to the chat. Okay. So welcome to Event Finals Day 1. So very exciting. If you hear snoring in the background, that's just Klaus. It is 40. What is it? Last time I checked, 45 degrees here in Texas. Excuse you. 44 degrees, girl. 43 degrees, actually. What's going on there? All right, Larry. 43 degrees. Imagine that. In October, girl. Got my pumpkin spice. It's going to be a good day. Good day of gymnastics. Whew. If it behooves you, give us a follow. Oh, thank you, Galaxy Void. Little Simone. Yay. Yeah, thank you so much for the follow. I was gonna say if you follow us, you'll see Simone also a little dance. Um, if you subscribe to us, you'll see Kara Aker or Simone. It depends. Kara Aker will be doing a switch ring, and that's always fun. I think that only happens during Prime subscriptions, though. So there's that. How's everybody? Where's everybody coming in from? Sound off in the chat. So weird. Um, I'm excited. Today we have. Oh, wait, wait. I have a schedule. Stop. Okay, hold on. Let me not sound stupid. Okay, so let me see. Was that Catherine? No, I have everything in my. Do I have everything? Hold on, let me check. Yeah, everything's in my ears. So I should have heard her. She came in, and I don't have Restream on, but let me go ahead and open up Restream. Girl, it's early in the morning, 6:04 a.m. here in Texas. Doobity boop boop boop. So exciting. And so they arrived, and so they will leave. Another World Championships in the books after these 2 days. How very. It's like exciting. Okay. Oh, did I disclose? No, surely not. No, she's right there. Okay, let's see. Today we're in Singapore. I saw some people in the Gymcastic live show were saying, "Oh, use Singapore," and I was like, "I'm gonna use Singapore then." So apparently, it should work in Singapore. So yeah, here we are. Let's see. There's that. For whenever Catherine wants to join. Oh, she's there already. Oh no, that's just me. Just me. Am I in a? What? Oh, I have two windows open. Bye, addicts. Only me, addicts left. Addicts survived. Okay, well that was weird. It's early in the morning, y'all. I got my flu shot and my COVID vaccine, please. Double duty. And like my arm hurts a lot. Well, I got my flu shot on my left arm and then my COVID in my right arm. And my flu shot hurts a lot, more than usual actually. I mean, not that I can remember how much it hurt the first time, but neither here nor there. So, all right, got an hour. What should we do? If you joined us earlier, we were watching the World Gymnastics Association's Cash Cup challenge thing. Listen, I don't know how they were evaluating it. I just didn't understand, and I wish I did understand it. 'Cause it looks like a cool idea. You know, kudos to them for coming up with a new format. I just wish I knew how they were scoring it, because it just it seemed very arbitrary. So, yeah, I was just thrown off with the whole thing. It just the way they valued skill and naming skills. It's but more power to them. It was an entertaining format for what it's worth. And perhaps the inflated scores are just like to kind of excite the audience. I don't know, but yeah, trying to think. Was there anything I had to take care of housekeeping wise for this channel? No, I think that's it. I knew there was something else I wanted to talk about. Oh well. Let's watch some of these videos. These look interesting. I haven't seen all of them. I've seen some of them, but not all of them. Yay.
Another history-making day at the World Championships. Here are the twists and turns of the women's all-around final. Simone Biles came to Antwerp on a mission to win her 6th women's all-around world title, having first done it in this very building a decade earlier. Halfway through, she was a couple of tenths ahead of Rebeca Andrade, but it was on beam where the gap grew. Andrade was having a great day though. Witness this display on the uneven bars. And when the Brazilian went to floor in the last rotation, she delivered a typical showstopper. Silver number 2 of these World Championships. That was enough to place ahead of bronze medalist Shilese Jones, who had another great competition. The American was particularly fantastic on bars. An honourable mention goes to reigning Asian champion Chu Chi-Yuen, who finished 4th in an outstanding field. But there was no stopping Biles, who roared her way to gold number 6 back here in Antwerp. What a decade it's been.
Not the gymnastics minute. Not the gymnastics minute. That's funny. Hair flip. That was a gymnastics minute. That's so funny. Okay. Let's see Simone Biles interview. Hey girl. Hey squirrel.
I think it feels just as good as the first one, just because we're back in the same arena, same city. It was so exciting. The energy that the crowd gave off kind of kept me going throughout the meet. So I am very pleased with how the night went, especially with that little trip on floor.
Yeah. Laurent the other day said a lot of eyes on you, looking to see if you still have it. You posted something similar, I think, on Instagram. What does the last 3 days of competition say to those people?
Well, it still proves to myself and to other people that I can do it. So I'm proud of the work that I've put in to get to this point, and it's just exciting that I keep kind of going up each and every year. So I'm excited for what's to come.
I saw you and Cecile share a little laugh after your beam touch. Can you tell me what happened there, and if that kind of helped you calm down for that beam routine?
Yeah, I think the beam touches, it was like a little bit rushed. I was first, and I think we were laughing because we had set the board, and then I was about to go, and Flavia went to move it, and we're like, no, the board's for me. So that's why we were laughing.
You've talked a lot about putting your family and your friends in the forefront of this comeback. How have they helped you get back to this point?
Yes, they've been amazing just to keep my mind off of gymnastics, because for a couple years, whenever I wasn't in the sport, that's kind of all I had. We got to hang out, have fun, and just be normal adults, So I think it's been really nice that even when we go back, we're gonna try to go to a winery and stuff like that, just to keep it normal. I mean, gymnastics is something that I do, and it's not who I am as a person, and I think it took years to realize that. So it's kind of nice to break out of that shell.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. And thank you for those photos. I could not find them for the life of me.
Yes, schmoozing. I see you, Scott. Schmoozing. Love that for him. Love that for him. A stand-up guy, please. Oh, jeez. I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? I should not be this nervous or this anxious. I'm not competing, Lord. I'm just like, what is going on? I guess I'm just excited. I don't want anybody to like get hurt or anything. I want great gymnastics. That's all I want. Tremendous. But yeah, I'm nervy. I just hope everybody does well. Everybody gets along. You know, the equipment is nice. We've got an hour to go. Well, kind of an hour to go. We got about 48 minutes. Catherine, come on. I'm anxious. And I don't know what I'm on my second cup of coffee. That's probably why. I woke up early and I was just like, you know what? Let's just get on. And blah, 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 blah. And then I realized I had read the time wrong or misunderstood the time. And I was like, I thought it would be at 6 a.m., but it turns out it's at 7 a.m. So I got on. We watched the World Gymnastics Association Cash Cup, which again, if you didn't hear me rant about it earlier, cool concept. Love it. Just, how are they evaluating skills? I didn't get that. A routine got it like a 17.8. I was like, what is that? Let's see. I was a tad bit confusing there, lads. Okay. Catherine, let me ask Catherine. But she'll tell me we said an hour, addicts. I'm just anxious, girl. I'm anxious. The gymnastics of it all. Where's she at? I'm still here. I'm live. Smiley face. No, crying, laughing face. Oh wow. So start list has been updated and has Backsafe from Hungary replacing Gadarova. Is it a clerical error or was Wong really skipped over? Huh. It should be Leanne. That is odd. That is rather odd. Because now they're done to the first alternate, which is Aritzi Sandoval from Mexico. Pessigny Escándalo. Okay, so now we got a scandal. Not the scandal. But Nancy Armour reported that Leanne is in the vault final. What is going on? Oh, and USA Gymnastics just said that Simone's the only one going on vault. Where is Leanne? That's so wild. Like, what is going on? Yes. It's the same link as yesterday, but oh gosh. What is going? This is wild. Oh my god, it's scandalo. There you go. Cool. I love a scandal. I love a scandal. But what is going on? I don't understand. Walk. Jeffrey, Alexis, Jeffrey. Here comes Catherine. Here comes the thunder. LOL. No, but gag. What is going on? Like, what with Leanne? This is the wrong solution. Get it? Yeah. Oh, there she is. Boot up.
I'm still trying to chase down what's going on there, but what I can tell you is that Leanne is not on the start list.
So apparently Nancy Moore just tweeted that it was a clerical error. They just went down the start list. And so,
Okay.
yeah, I think Leanne is in the vault final. But USAG tweeted only Simone was in the vault final. So I'm just like, what is going on? Not okay. It's been corrected. It's been corrected.
Okay.
Yeah, she's in the vault final. Good.
I mean, I'm sure that is just a weird thing.
Starting off great.
You know, I'm just glad that Gadarova was smart and didn't risk her Olympics for a bunch of event finals.
Yeah, although I'm kind of upset that we won't get to see the Simone Gadarova Robertson showdown. We'll see that in Paris.
Yeah, I mean, it's not worth a 19-year-old screwing up her body before Paris.
On a chung, man. On a chung.
Yeah.
It's a difficult vault.
This moves Weavers into the beam final and Kinsella into the floor final.
Oh, interesting. So the Olympic champion is back in. That could really stir things up.
It could. I thought she was overscored in the quals.
It was a little high for what she did. She didn't connect almost anything.
I mean, I'm not one to scream over scoring, but she was in the first sub. They might have just not been like warmed up.
Yeah. They're like, yeah, that looks fine. Oh, by the way, let me ask you about something really quick before you get carry on. So I don't know if you saw earlier, we were watching the World Gymnastics Association Cash Cup. And let me tell you, I'm all for a new format and whatever, but the scores they were giving these routines were just...
So I've not cared to watch it mostly because I looked at their documentation and they looked silly.
Oh, okay, so there is rules.
There are rules, but they're like very arbitrary.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looked like it looked like somebody who...
It looked like a straight man with nothing to do wrote it.
Like a 15-year-old decided to write rules for a gymnastics competition.
So straight man with nothing to do. A bored straight man.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah,
that was my impression when I read the documentation, and I was just like this is just not.
It's like, honey, Mary, at this point, get ChatGPT, spruce it up a little bit.
Well, have I ever shown you?
Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
One of my favorite things to do is ask ChatGPT to come up with Olympic history, and it makes some interesting choices.
Listen, it lives in alternative facts.
But I thought I would tell you some of my interesting preliminary data of
yes, please,
from my data analysis.
Yes, please.
So, for the audience, this is incredibly boring, but I'm trying to use the scoring from the last 2 years, domestic and international, versus world's scoring here to determine what countries really are overscoring and who is worst at it. And I'm also using the Asian Games and Pan Am Games. So this is very early. But at the moment, at least for all-around data, is what I have through Worlds.
Uh-huh.
And
who's the guilty party?
The worst overscoring countries are Brazil, Italy, Australia, Czechia.
Czechia. Checha, what are you doing here?
I mean, they're not like overscoring at the same level. It's the deviation from what their scores are at Worlds.
Yeah.
So they're not like giving their gymnasts 59s.
Like some, delegations are and choose to.
Right, but the way I did this is that I called any score that was plus or minus half a point from where they were in Worlds. I called that noise. Like, I'm not going to call that overscoring or underscoring.
Yeah.
So you had to be more than half a point up from or down from the world scoring to sort of register. And those are the countries that consistently registered.
Wow, repeat offenders, huh?
The US is not in that red range, but they are consistently high. I think I'll have a better sense of that though after Pan Am's, when I have a bigger sample of US gymnasts.
This is exciting.
So the US is like a little shady, but not at the level of shady that those others are.
And this is how you combat misinformation with actual data.
So Germany also shows up in red, but when I looked at the data, that's because of how badly Voss and Schaefer did yesterday.
Yeah, that was a bummer.
They don't normally screw up to that level, so it looks like they were overscored at German nationals when it's just if you add back in their falls.
What do you think that was about?
I think Schaefer is just not a good tumbler.
Fair.
And I warned you that Voss's elbow is held together with athletic tape and
just
hope.
Wishes and dreams.
And she had only done, so when we watched the Heidelberg friendly a couple of weeks ago, she had only done 3 bars routines before that competition.
Wow.
So I think her fall on bars in the all around here is that she just hasn't had the numbers.
Very Morgan Hurd.
And Schaefer, I just think, isn't a tumbler.
Yeah, I remember she had a mental block for a while there, didn't she? Doing back tumbling?
Yeah, she had a mental block on back tumbling, so her difficulty went way down.
Yeah.
So the other thing in my data worth knowing is, so the British scores show underscoring, but I also think that that's noise because I don't know if you ever saw it, but their World's Trials was a complete splatfest.
Yeah, what went on there? I remember seeing 12s on floor from everybody. Like no one scored more than
apparently like everyone fell on everything.
And that's sometimes just the British way, Long live the Queen.
So I'm kind of expecting to see if I'll get better data on them when I do individual apparatuses. I also did single vault scores in this today, but I don't think that data is very useful because lots of times people will do completely different vaults
than they do in event finals.
Right. So yeah. I don't think that the single vault data is very useful.
I'm anxious. I'm very anxious. So apparently, I want her to do the YDP and then just put it out to pasture.
She'll do it.
Put it out to pasture.
Well, I mean, she'll probably do it through Paris.
She better not.
I mean, the line I've heard is that that Laurent doesn't trust the Aminar anymore.
I'm sorry, what? I mean, I heard you, but what?
That's the vault that she was doing.
I know, but I mean, even Simone suggested they should train it. She's all right. That's fine. Cool.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's okay.
But I also think it may depend on.
Did he get the twisties?
I think it also may depend on how much she needs the D to win this vault final.
Yeah. Did he get the twisties? I don't understand. There seems
no, think about it. This is the
Trauma.
he was
I get it.
yeah.
I get it.
Like he had trauma too.
Yeah, he had trauma
And
as their
that's not
coach. That's not. I mean, it's not easy to get over. I get
like
it.
imagine you almost see your friend and student who you're responsible with nearly break her neck.
Yeah.
I
mean,
like
yeah,
let's
I get.
not like dismiss
It's not lightly. Yeah,
this.
it's not minimize what he went through. You're right. I was wrong for that. You're right. Yeah, I didn't think about it in that sense, and you're
Like
completely right.
yeah, he and Cecile probably I hope they went to therapy too.
Yeah, I mean that is a very traumatic thing to endure.
Frankly,
You're
Jade's
so right.
dad.
Yeah, that too. It's
Um,
and they were in a would you call it microcosm, right? Like what just happened like
a fishbowl or whatever.
yeah, no, that yeah, I get it. Yeah, no, I apologize. You're right. I was just trying to be funny, but like facetious, but like when you really like think about it, like damn, that was just.
I mean, that's why
it was
me
just
around.
yeah. No, now that I really think about it, like what a wild situation.
So,
You're
like,
in the
if
middle of
he's
a
not
pandemic.
comfortable- Yeah, so if he's
Yeah.
not comfortable with her doing the Aminar, I can understand doing the YDP. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not comfortable with the YDP, but I'm not her coach.
Yeah, and
So-
and you know, this is the backup vault now, I guess.
I mean, I think we'll see. I mean, we'll see a lot of things.
How many?
So-
Okay, I want to all hit like final. I don't want any falls. I don't want any falls. No injuries, please.
Yeah.
No injuries. We have floor up first for the men, right?
Yes, we have floor up first, and let me
Who's in that? I
pull
have
up the start list to tell you
here. I have it.
who is in
shit.
that.
There it is. I have it.
So floor is how Carlos Yulo is getting to the Olympics, by the way, as a reminder of that drama that
oh, we have
feels like
drama.
a million years ago.
This is it. This
Yeah.
is this chance.
No, I mean it's not his chance. It's just that this is how he's getting there.
Oh, he just has to step on the floor and he's good.
Yeah, he just has to do one skill.
Carlos, don't hurt yourself, please.
I mean, assuming that no one else withdraws, but I don't think anybody else is going to withdraw. I mean, Ray Zapata might go in there, and then Carlos would have to beat him.
I mean, look at the reserves. Look at the look at the reserves. Those three could come in and disrupt an entire podium.
Yeah, so let's go through the list. So I'm gonna go by the start list. So this is not the order they qualified in.
Okay.
Kazuka Minamami. That's too early in the morning for me.
What is it?
Yulo.
Oh, Minami Kazuki.
Felix.
Kazuki Minami.
Yeah.
Minami Kazuki, yeah.
Yeah. Minami Kazuki of Japan. Carlos Yulo of the Philippines. Felix Dulce of Canada. Artem Dogopiet of Israel. Fred Richard of USA. Malad Karimi of Kazakhstan. Harry Hepworth of Great Britain. And Daiki Hashimoto of Japan. I just don't see any of them withdrawing.
No, yeah,
But
that's
reserves are Zapata, Bortolini, and Jarman.
Yeah, that's a stacked. That is a stacked field of competitors, man. Any one of those, I mean, Hashimoto Daiki, Malad Karimi, Fred Richards, even Artem Dogopiet is an Olympic champion on floor. Are you kidding me? Like Carlos Yulo, yeah, and Minami Kazuki does the most difficult gymnastics. It's going to be an incredible final.
I wouldn't want to take a bet on who's going to win that final.
I don't either, because it's MAG and it's so chaotic. So chaotic. So today we're in Singapore today. By the way, we're in Singapore today. Yes.
So in the vault final, we have Simone Biles, United States. You might have heard of her.
May have.
She's up first too. Colleen de Villiard, and one thing somebody pointed out on Twitter, and I'd like people to watch, is look at de Villiard's run, because she has a sprinter's run.
She does.
As opposed to a gymnast's run. she does the proper arm swing and the head snap, and like she has clearly been trained by a sprinter. So Gadarova has withdrawn. That puts Ellie Black in.
Hey, Katniss.
Because Ellie Black is like the survivor of everything.
Ellie Black and her cast. It's been a story, this world, and I'm here for it.
Miyamada of Japan. Alexa Moreno, Mexico.
Love her.
Leanne Wong comes in for Roberson. Or Leanne Wong technically came in for Gadarova, but like, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yoso Jung of Korea. Rebecca Andrade of Brazil. The first reserve now is Bakse of Hungary.
Yep.
If someone else withdraws, there's a little shuffling of Olympic spots, but it turns out that the same Mexican who's currently in the position, Sandoval of Mexico is currently in the position to get the vault specialist thing, and if she's replaced by the Hungarian, she's also next in line in the bars final.
I can see. Oh my god! I hope she does come in.
Like, let me give you a sense of how like weird this math is.
Okay.
So she was behind Yosh of Germany,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a tie break between her and Sarah Voss because they have obviously maxed out their 3 positions.
Yeah.
So only one of them could get a spot. And the way they break that tie is not by just place. So Voss is 19th in the floor final, 19th in the floor qualifications, and Yosh is 25 in the bars thing. But it's also by the number of people in the field. So because there's so many fewer people in vault, you don't want to say give the vault thing to the person who finished is highest, because that would be unfair to everybody else in every other apparatus.
Yeah.
So it's the position of that they finished in qualification divided by the number of people in qualification. So anyway, Sarah Voss wins that, and it skips to Sandoval. That's how Sandoval gets it.
Why is it that complicated?
Because they're trying to be fair.
Fair. Okay, yeah, I get that.
Like, because if you did it simpler in that sense, then all the vault people would be super over. They'd have a huge advantage over all the other kinds of specialists.
Okay.
Because so few people do 2 vaults.
I respect it.
So
it's a dream.
If the men's finals are kind of crazy today, so Pommel Horse. Li Shikai, who just won Asian Games gold. Max Whitlock. Kuo Young. Niels Dunkel of Germany. Chiba Kenta of Japan. Abul Al Saud of Jordan, who is the last year won the first world's medal for Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of love him because it's a first for his country. Oh,
Merdinian Harutian.
Thank you.
You're fine.
And then Reese McClanahan is going to go last.
Harutian, Meridian, and then Reese McClanahan.
And there are 1, 2, 3, 4 people in the Pommel Horse final who could get the Olympic spot.
Oh wow!
So that's an Olympic spot on the line. It's worth remembering that there are more people who have scored 15 plus on pommel horse this year than are going to be pommel horse spots at the Olympics.
Escándalo.
So, like, someone who is capable of scoring 15 on pommel horse
Will
is
not
not
be there.
going to Paris.
That's crazy. I mean, the field's
Okay.
the field is just that deep.
Yeah, it's incredibly deep.
Oh
so
my god.
Bars, we get
That's
drama of the start order.
drama.
We start with Charlize Jones.
A dream.
Neymar is next.
Oh my gosh.
Hung Zufan of China is next.
Okay.
Ellie Black and Laurette Sharpie had a unbreakable tie in qualification. So we have 9 people in this final, by the way.
Oh my god, it's gonna be incredible. That's the one I'm excited for.
Naomi Visser, Sichuan.
Sichuan.
Did I say that right? Yeah. Sana Veerman, ending with Simone Biles.
Simone Biles finds herself in another bars final, and I love it for her. Bar worker, bar medalist, world bar medalist Simone Biles. Imagine if everybody flops, Simone wins. World bar champion Simone Biles.
That's gonna be wild.
That's
gonna be a wild final.
She would force it all to herself. If she were to become world bar champion. Imagine the gag.
Yeah, so, and the first reserve there is Melanie, but I don't think anybody's going to withdraw.
No, it's... oh my god, we have 12 minutes to go. I'm so excited.
So, the...
Wait, 22 minutes.
Final.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Carrie Hepworth, GB. You have China. Petronius of Greece. Please say the Armenian names for me.
Oh, hold on. It is, my apologies. It is...
Arthur Abessian?
Oh, it is, Arthur, Avetian.
And,
Von Doptian.
Doptian.
And Vincenz Hoek.
Vincenz Hawk of Austria.
Hawk.
Yeah. And,
Liu Yang.
And Nikita Simonov of Azerbaijan. So this is another one where there are a bunch of guys fighting for an Olympic spot. So Petronius, the 2 Armenians, Hawk, and Simonov. Whoever is highest among that group gets an Olympic spot.
Oh my gosh! Now there's stories to this. Now we're like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited now. Ooh.
Courtney Tulloch of Great Britain is the reserve, but given how many Olympic spots are up in that final, I don't think anyone is going to withdraw if they can avoid it.
Oh my gosh, this is so exciting! I'm so glad to be watching this with y'all. I'm gonna go on mute.
That is our group today.
Yeah, that's our group today. I'm excited. I'm gonna go on mute. I know you guys. Oh, it's flashing.
I'm gonna drop off the call. So you have a good day.
You too. See you in the chat, Catherine. Bye, y'all. Enjoy the meet. Ooh, it's so exciting. Well, okay, so apparently now we can have 9 competitors involved. That includes Signy from Hungary, Signy or Baxe, Signy Baxe into the final as well, including Leanne Wong, because Gadarova has withdrawn. So it's the scandalo already a scandalo. So we're waiting for it to start. I am except for Zoya, who qualified on bars. Oh, and just lost her Olympic spot. Oh, that's sad. Okay, so already scandalous from the beginning. Hasn't even started. We're looking at Antwerp. It's nice. You know, I don't know if I'd move to live there. I should only be so lucky, right? Probably. Oh, we have 15 minutes to go, addicts. What are you doing? Okay, cool. I understand now. I'm like, what are we doing here? Just looking at Antwerp. I get it. This transmission has not started. It hasn't even started on Peacock. This is... Well, folks. Well, folks. Okay. If you're just now arriving, it seems that Leanne Wong and Signy Baxe will not be competing in the vault final, and Gadarova has withdrawn. Jocelyn withdrawn to injury. So, good morning. Going on mute now. Actually, hold on. It is so cold here in Texas. It is like, what are we at? Girl, we are at 43 degrees. 43 degrees, windy. Real feel like minus 14. But yeah, no, it's 43 degrees here in Plainview. And it's 6:46 a.m. Cold. Yeah, it's so cold. I'm cold. But I love cold. I thrive in the cold, honestly. How is it in your neck of the woods? LOL. The weather here is bipolar. Oh. Right. It seems so much better. Because you can just curl up and be in a blanket. If you're hot, oh my gosh. Doesn't matter how much clothes you have on. You're still hot and you're miserable. Who wants to be miserable in bed? Not I. I want to be comfy, just curl up in a ball. Just so warm. So warm. But cold. You know what I mean? But that chill you get when you wake up, you're like, ooh, I love that feeling. Please. Please. It's 66 and I have the air conditioner on. Listen, I turned mine off because I was just like, oh, it's kind of cold. But Klaus, being in St. Bernard, he loves the cold. He is belly up right now. It's over. It's over. He's so happy. He's a long-haired St. Bernard, so he is happy that it's cold. Hello, October. Hello, October. He is snoring if you can't hear him. He smells so nice. Took him to the groomers. He smells so nice now. Not that he didn't before, but he's just now he just radiates clean dog smell. Or shampoo smell, whatever the perfume they put on him. He's so big. I call him Klausford. Clifford, Klausford. Because he's so big. "12 minutes to go." October hasn't been feeling like October. The year hasn't been feeling like the year. Right? It's been so damn hot everywhere. And not the forest fires and the brush fires. The world's on fire. COVID's coming back. Got my vaccine. Did you get your vaccine? I got my flu shot and my COVID shot. It's the 4th shot of the COVID shot I've gotten. Because I got the original one, the booster, the one after that, and the one after that. And then I got this one. I'm hoping I turn, magnetic or get like Wi-Fi or something, like the Republicans say. I'm really hoping that'll happen. But if not, then, at least it's tried. Get vaccinated. Get vaccinated. I'm hoping for like XM radio or something, or Wi-Fi, something cool at least. Maybe like powers or something. I don't know what they think they give to you. Magneto would be cool. I'd be like, Magneto, please. Oh my gosh. Don't give me that much power ever. I probably just like scare people with it. Like move like chairs or something. Oh yeah, Klaus is belly up again. It's over. It's over. It's over. Okay. That was some snoring. Okay, here we go. But yeah, girl, get vaccinated. Get vaccinated. Don't leave it up to like, just the wind. Get vaccinated. If you can, why not? My arm does hurt a lot though. On my flu one, not the COVID one, which is weird. So. Can't believe we're almost done with this. Crazy. My arm only hurt for a day. Yeah. The second time I got the COVID shot, man, took me out. My arm had never felt so much pain in my life. Good morning. Thank God someone asked for at the time on Reddit. I was going to show up at 1:30 p.m. as usual. We all were. We all were. Yeah, no. Yeah, worlds went by so fast. And now we can only sit here and reminisce on what has happened, how it's been, and what it will forevermore be. Chaotic. The world is always chaotic, no? A little bit? Perhaps. Am I just waxing poetic again? Oh, people hate it. This world has been chaotic. What a crazy year. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Move the title card, girl. Another angle. This is cute. This is so this arena is called the Sports Palace or Sports Palace, but it's attached to the Lotto Arena, which I find fascinating. There you go.
Antwerp.
Bye. Enjoy it.
As the afternoon is underway, the weekend begins with apparatus finals at the FIG Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. The setting is the Sport Palace, and the setting more widely is a return to Antwerp, the first ever city to host the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. Also a return to Antwerp for Simone Biles, who made her World Championship debut here in this very building in 2013, 10 years on. And she has won once again the individual all-around World Championship title, along with the team gold for the United States of America, who've been in fantastic form. Their men also winning a team medal, a bronze medal. And the United States of America with real hopes of more titles today, particularly in the women's vault final, which will be one of our first of 5 medal events to bring you. Much less busy, the build-up in the arrival area for all of the delegations, because with 5 finals taking place staggered, the gymnasts are arriving at different times. We have a look at the Canadian team. Felix Dolce will be involved in the floor final. The Japanese men's team, who've had a wonderful competition. Daiki Hashimoto winning the all-around World Championship title. And the Japanese men winning the team title, their first since 2015. Real prospects for the People's Republic of China when it comes to the uneven bars final. And they will also be optimistic of success in the rings competition. Gymnasts from Chinese Taipei also arriving. Lots of the gymnasts having concluded their campaigns in the qualification stage will be here to watch and enjoy, as will you be, because we've got 5 finals coming your way. the men's floor, women's vault, men's pommel horse, women's uneven bars and men's rings. This is a real transport hub. The port of Antwerp is hugely busy. The famous beautiful train station sends people across Europe, and the road right next to this arena goes directly to the city of Paris, where the Olympiad is taking place in 2024. There is Olympic qualification to be determined today in some of these apparatus finals. It's a rather intricate and complicated picture. I shall endeavour to talk you through it as we go through the competition, but all of it will have to be confirmed, even though for some, like him, it's a mere formality. It will all have to be confirmed by the International Gymnastics Federation in due course, once the apparatus finals have completed themselves. Some Olympic qualification has already been determined. Most of it, the teams have secured their places. A lot of individuals, as all-arounders, have secured their places, but there are apparatus qualifiers also to be determined. And they will be able to go to the Olympiad and compete on any apparatus or combination of apparatus that they please. So even if you make it in as, for example, let's not complicate things by throwing in the clubs as well. That is a slightly different form of gymnastics. But we did have a wonderful demonstration of rhythmic gymnastics for the crowd in attendance just before. It was a beautiful demonstration, actually. Day one of apparatus finals. 5 World Championship titles, Olympic qualification places, and so much more. The chance for history to be made as nations that have never before achieved success at world level might find themselves on the podium.
Okay, intro. Gag.
Warmest of welcomes to you indeed, to the city of Antwerp hosting the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics, just as it did in 1903 when they took place for the very first time. This is a special gymnastics city. Back then, only 4 nations attended for an all-male competition. Now, over 400 gymnasts from across the world have made their way to this city of history, this city of culture, and this city that is currently the capital of the gymnastics world. Welcome all of you, wherever in the world you call home. My name's Ollie Hogbent, and I'll be talking you through all of the apparatus finals today. The judges and technical officials also arriving, tasked with officiating some really complicated difficulty and calculating some very crisp execution. There is your men's all-around world champion in individual competition, along with the Japanese team that took the team title, Hashimoto Daiki. We will see him in competition today. And some volunteers as well accompanying the delegations. A huge thank you to all of them for their excellent work, giving up their time. We've got volunteers from all over the world here too, and they are an integral part of these championships. And so are you, for being part of the gymnastics family. Great to have you with us. Hope you're looking forward to all of the action today. We also have Niels Daniel, the Master of Ceremonies in the arena, joined by a veteran arena presenting voice who you might recognise, Dr. Lisa Gannon, gymnast and sports scientist. They'll be chatting to the live crowd as we go through all of these 5 finals today. We're going to begin with the men's floor exercise. And we're going to start with Minami Kazuki, a World Championship silver medalist in 2021. Carlos Yulo will be feeling in good spirits because for him, Olympic qualification is all but a formality. And just to talk you through the Olympic qualification process in brief, the rubric is that the best applicable gymnast in the final will earn themselves a nominative place, that is a place just for them, not for their country, at the Olympic Games. But they have to not be from a team that's already qualified. They have to not already have secured an all-around qualification spot. I hope this is all making sense. It then becomes open to the highest placed finalist. And if not applicable to any of the finalists, then we go back through to qualification. So that's all nice and clear then. It has to be complicated, it has to be intricate, because there are so many different types of gymnasts, so many specialists, so many brilliant teams, and everybody has to have their own pathway open to them. So it's an apology for the complication, but a recognition of the necessity of it being complicated. For him, for Carlos Yulo, it's quite simple because the Olympic pathway is open to him, because that gentleman there, Artem Dolgopiat, the top qualifier, has secured an all-around qualification spot. Ergo, Carlos Yulo, as long as he turns up, steps on there, onto the floor, presents the judges, he can sit down and open up his packed lunch and eat his sandwiches, and he'll still be going to Paris. Probably do a bit more than that, though. It's time to begin. Welcome, one and all, the men's floor competition, the first apparatus final. This bumper weekend of 10 gold medals to be awarded at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships in Antwerp, Belgium. We've had great crowds here to enjoy all of the action. It's a very big space, the Sport Palace. It was built in the 1930s but renovated in 2013 when the championships were last held here. And there is the real prospect today of unprecedented success for some nations and even some continents at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. Here are the men's floor finalists. Minami Kazuki, the 23-year-old from Japan, the national champion on floor and a silver medalist from 2021 in his home World Championships. From the Philippines, Carlos Yulo, a world champion on floor and a multiple continental and regional multisport games champion. Canadian Felix Dolce, the 21-year-old junior world championship silver medalist on floor in 2019. He's also a Commonwealth Games medalist on floor. The reigning Olympic champion, Israel's Artem Dolgopiat. He was the top performer in qualification. He's been a European champion, an Olympic champion. He's never won the world title on floor. One of the favourites of these championships with the crowd, Fred Richard of the United States of America. Team and all-around bronze medalist. He's only 19. He was the second best performer in the preliminary round. Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan, an excellent display from him in the all-around competition. He is the reigning World Cup champion on floor. That means he was the best performer across all of the regular season gymnastics events at international level. Harry Hepworth of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, a World Cup champion on floor last year and a national championship medalist. Hashimoto Daiki of Japan, the reigning Olympic and world all-around champion. And he won the silver medal on floor at the World Championships in Liverpool last year. The first reserve, Spain's Redli Zapata. an Olympic silver medalist on floor. That tells you a lot, doesn't it, when a silver medalist from the Olympic Games can't get into this gentlemen's floor final. There are your contenders, the top performer in qualification. Surprise, surprise, Artem Dolgopiat of Israel. We'll use the split warm-up system that is in operation for all apparatus finals. The first 4 gymnasts will have some contact time with the apparatus. Then they will compete, and then the second set of 4 will have some contact time. Carlos Yulo, the world champion in 2019.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's watch a video on what makes the floor exercise so
His first medal at the World Championships was the bronze on floor in Doha in 2018. Great performer on the apparatus. There was a real gap between him and the rest of the field in qualification. Artem Dolgopiat, the Olympic champion from Tokyo, has only managed to finish second at the World Championships. It's the one thing he hasn't won. European champion on a couple of occasions. So, very interesting to see what he can do today in this final. Minami Kazuki, the silver medalist from Kitakyushu. It's a glittering field, isn't it? He's the master of the twisting elements. Really does rotate his body around with extraordinary speed. And Felix Dolce of Canada performed the last routine in qualification on floor to guarantee Canada their team spot at the Olympiad. Well done to the Canadian team. They've just been absolutely extraordinary. Carlos Yulo, Felix Dolce, 3rd and 5th best performers in qualification respectively. Minami Kazuki, the 4th best. But as I was saying earlier, the gap between Artem Dolgopiat and the rest of the field, quite substantial, half a mark. But some of these gymnasts, like Carlos Yulo for example, have more than one version of his floor routine. Has a more difficult one that he can produce. It is time to begin.
And we start with an athlete from Japan.
The first apparatus final at the World Championships.
We wachten tot het scherm daar groen wordt. En dat gebeurt nu. Uit Japan, Kazuki Minami.
Minami Kazuki of Japan, the 4th best performer in qualification, has scored 14.566, a team gold medalist from these championships and the silver medalist on floor at the World Championships in Japan, in Kitakyushu in 2021. His difficulty scoring qualification, 6.2. Really is fantastic, the momentum he gets in that opening tumbling pass. Twists and tucks with extraordinary speed. It's so difficult to get those twisting elements fully rotated. When he does it, he's hard to beat. Oh, he really is judging the rotation right on his twisting. Does well to hold that. Looked for a moment as though he was going to pitch forwards. A That's a very strong beginning from Minami Kazuki of Japan. We didn't see at the start his eponymous skill that he debuted at the Doha World Cup early this year, but what we saw was really true execution from this twisting master. 23, he's from Yamaguchi in the southwest of Honshu. Coastal city, actually quite near to Kyushu Island, where the World Championships were held in 2021 when he took the silver medal. It was him that won the national title in 2019 to end the streak of Shirai Kenzo. Shirai Kenzo won the titles from 2013 to 2018, and it was extraordinary for Minami to beat his idol. There's a lot of compelling difficulty in this routine for Minami Kazuki. 6.2 in the qualification phase. Not sure quite why we saw a little bit of Artem Dolgopi out there. It was impressive to see the clarity of his landings. He did well to hold his landing position there, piking down a little. He was also a little piked, if my memory serves me correctly, as he landed his triple twisting double back somersault. So how will it compare to qualification, where his score was 14.566? Part of the Japanese team that won a silver medal at the World University Games in China in the summer. Second to the Chinese team before coming here and returning the favour at world level. He's a student of physical education at Sendai University in the north of Honshu, the largest of the Japanese archipelago. An archipelago of 4 main islands, but literally thousands upon thousands of smaller islands. Nice that we're seeing so much more of him at international level. His university is the only one in northern Japan that actually specialised in physical education, so it presents a very useful pathway for elite athletes in that part of the country. And the Japanese athletes really do tend to come through the university system in a way that is comparable to the American collegiate system. .666. I thought that it looked a little more complicated than qualification, and it was by 0.3. The execution slightly lower, but all told, that's a 1/10 improvement from Minami Kazuki. Carlos Yulo of the Philippines. 14.6 in the preliminary round. A 6.3 difficulty score. Let's see which routine we get from him. He was the world champion in 2019. It's so difficult to time the landing coming out of the pike position. Oh, steady as a rock. Beautiful. too is demonstrating delightful amplitude in his twisting, a sense of elegance. Looks as though he's keeping things, I'm going to use the word simpler in inverted commas, but by his standards. It's not simple by the standards of normal human beings. Doesn't he get great height at the cost of quite a substantial hop as he lands? But it's a special moment for Carlos Yulo as he will now begin to think about the Olympiad in Paris. The gymnast who won the World Championship title in 2019, who's been an absolute trailblazer for his sport in the Philippines. The man from Malate in Manila. An undergraduate in modern foreign languages at Daikyo University in Japan. He's been based in Japan for a long time. Very interested in the study of literature. Wants to, later on in his life, follow that to a high level. And it's one of the nice features, actually, of these apparatus final days, that we get to indulge in the personal stories of some of these gymnasts more. We have a little time to see their work in slow motion. The pace really changes when we get to apparatus finals. We can focus on just one athlete, one exercise at a time.
Here, forward takeoff, wrapping into the twist. That's a double twist. They're beautifully extended straight foot somersault. Extension right the way through.
Even the simpler things
That's what the judges are looking for.
he does so well.
Wide arm round up, wrapping
Keeps
into
his
double twist. That was
arms
just a
tightly tucked into the body as he twists to ensure cleanliness of form.
artistry, extension, so important. And here, complete focus. Round off again, wrapping into the twist. This time, 3.5. That was the final tumbling pass.
Judges the
Slight
angle of
jump,
landing
control the landing
really
again.
quite well.
Great job from Carlos Yulo.
5 keer heeft hij het wereldkampioenschap geturnd. 5 keer stond hij in de finale aan de
Heels together, aiming for good toe point in the pike position. Fine details of his gymnastics can be exquisite. Occasionally consistency can be a problem for him, but that's often a risk when you go for such ambitious gymnastics. And I think it's safe to say we all love the ambitiousness of Carlos Yulo's gymnastics. Now Minami Kazuki setting the early marker with 14.666.
The round off in the back flip, that's where the gymnast generate the height. Converting that horizontal momentum into vertical lift. That was a double straight with a full turn, full twist in the air. Here, non-acrobatic elements showing.
.5 for Carlos Yulo. Difficulty 6.3 as we saw in qualification. The execution not quite as crisp. So Minami Kazuki remains in the lead. We have 6 to go. Felix Dolci of Canada, the 5th best in qualification with a score of 14.5. A medalist on floor at the Commonwealth Games and the Pan American Championships, and indeed at the Junior World Championships in 2019. There was such a wonderful moment in the men's qualification for Team Canada and for this gentleman when he performed the routine that made it clear that Canada was going to be heading to the Olympiad. He stepped down off the floor, embraced his lifelong pal, William Emar. They've been best friends for such a long period of time, have trained together since they were very young children. And they knew that Canada was Olympic bound. The first time in 16 years that Canada will have a full men's quota, a full team at the Games. Wonderful for them, and lovely that we get to see this performance from him in a World Championship final, because in qualification last year he had significant struggles on his first tumbling pass when he was considered by many to be a very realistic finalist in the floor competition. A little separation of the heels in the pike position, slight sense of leg bend, so execution-wise there'll be some tenths that will come off there. He twists powerfully. In terms of his difficulty, the amount of twisting we see compared to the likes of Minami Kazuki, there'll be a slight shortfall in difficulty, one imagines. But it was performed with polish, as you'd expect from such a high-quality young gymnast as Felix Dolci. They really are going places, the Canadian teams, both in women's and men's artistic gymnastics. There's an absolute sense of buoyancy among these Canadian gymnasts, as there should be. 14.4, Felix Dolci, a 6.0 difficulty, so half a mark lower than Minami Kazuki. His execution, though, Dolci, is the strongest of anyone that we've seen so far, particularly the clarity of his landings. On the subject of clarity of landings, is this the moment where Artem Dolgopiat completes the trophy cabinet and wins the World Championship title? The reigning Olympic champion, the Israeli, scored 15.1 in qualification. His work at its finest is so exquisitely controlled. His landings can be sensational. And that's a pretty compelling start. Oh, that's just divine. Disappears into a ball in the tuck position and opens his body out with exquisite timing. He has a mastery of the core positions. His twisting position, his tuck position, his pike position. He carries them out with such aplomb. It's a very level presentation of the Wenderschwings. Oh my goodness me. Well, that will be a little costly. And he's got a stability issue there on the final tumbling pass. It was extremely good, but that loss of stability, yes, he knows it. It could open the door somewhat for other contenders. The only analogy that comes to mind is it's rather like when one often sees on balance beam the most complicated elements performed so well, and then after the danger is over, the gymnast struggles on a much simpler moment.
And 2019, but hoping to go one better. It's the
the vast majority of it was performed terrifically.
With a massive difficulty score of 6.4.
Look at the height that he gets going into the pike position. Allows him to judge the angle of his landing well.
And here, work that you usually see on
The
the pommel horse.
Wenderschwings,
Russian Wendy swings.
he really keeps his clearance meticulously even. It's a good horizontal plane for the majority of that.
And here, lifting into the backward rotating Arabian with half turn. So it's half turn, 2 front somersaults with half turn out.
Artem Dolgopiat. 15.1 in qualification. It is going to be a little lower than that, but it might be enough. It is. 14.866. Artem Dolgopiat goes into the gold medal position. It is just over 0.2 lower than the preliminary round. The question is whether he's opened the door to anyone else. Now the warm-ups in progress for the remaining 4 gymnasts. We have Fred Richard, the bronze medalist in the all-around competition.
And we're almost ready for gymnast number 5. From the United States of America, Fred Richards.
Fred Richard from the United States of America, the 5th to go in this men's floor final at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. Second best in qualification, 14.6. That would put him 3rd as things stand. Does well to deal with quite a low landing position. Diagonal back step, but not too substantial. That's more steady. Now this is really rather nice. He goes into the flares and the air flares. Each of those worth 0.4 of a mark, the air flares there. And nice to see those Thomas flares. Named after the great Kurt Thomas, the first American man to win an all-around world championship medal. That was in 1979 in Fort Worth in Texas, and Fred Richard became the 4th here at these championships. It's one of the lovely features of gymnastics when you get to see a legacy literally continued from skill move to skill move. Oh. Unfortunately, Fred Richard out of contention, courtesy of that landing at the end. Nonetheless, I mean, what a championships it's been. What a championships it's been. It can be viewed as nothing but a success for him. 2 bronze medals. And it's only natural to feel a little of the old physical and emotional fatigue at this stage. He's still got consistency to develop, but he's only 19. He's got plenty of time to do it. You just cannot fail to be excited by the potential of this young man, whether you're from the USA or elsewhere. And it's not just potential, it's style too. He's entertaining. And he's very well regarded as a human being. 2.5 twisting double tuck. And then the Thomas flares. Goes up into the air flare.
Adding a little bit of the air flare. Beautiful work with So impressive.
As mentioned earlier, you get quite a lot for doing those two air flares. Several tenths.
Next year for his team.
The handstand work as well.
This was that final pass just
Under-rotated on the final tumbling pass and taking a full mark for the hands going down and the whole body going down, regrettably in his case. Already an international medalist on floor at the Pan American Championships last year. Won the title. 13.2. So Fred Richard is in 5th position. Artem Dolgopiat still leads. We have 3 performers remaining. Definitely a gymnast who has the potential to get up and amongst the medals. Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan, the 24-year-old. A little low on that first landing. He is the reigning World Cup champion on floor. He's almost a little over-rotated coming out of the pike position there. Good tucking work, very tight, very tidy. He managed to make that little overbalance almost look like a flourish given by a gymnast doing an iron cross on rings. What a lovely steady finish from Kazakhstan's Milad Karimi. It has been wonderful to see his consistency and competition management when it comes to finals developing in recent years. He has spoken with great frankness about how nervous he gets in competitions. He said once or twice that he likes to distract himself before competitions by creating a mess, throwing things around, getting his kit in a messy place, then picking it all back up again and tidying it to give himself a bit of a ritual, a bit of a routine. And a story that I think is always worth mentioning with Milad Karimi, every time we see him at the elite level, is that when he was a child, he went to his cousin's gymnastics competition and was appallingly behaved in the crowd watching on. He couldn't keep himself under control at all, and actually a coach at the competition saw him and invited him to come for free to try gymnastics. And I think it's the crucial detail that he said, look, I'll give you a free trial at this, just come along and have a go. And it was a wonderful eagle-eyed spot by that coach, because we now have an Olympian who made the final on floor in Tokyo.
Kicking out to stop the landing, just a half twist added onto that tumble pass.
And he will doubtless follow in the footsteps of that coach, because he has a degree in teaching and physical education, and he scored 14.6. Milad Karimi goes into the bronze medal position. Same execution as Carlos Yulo, same difficulty as Carlos Yulo, 1/10 higher in the execution. So it's Dolgopiat, Minami, Karimi with 2 to go. So Artem Dolgopiat is guaranteed a medal. To a gymnast who undoubtedly has the difficulty to make a challenge. Harry Hepworth of Great Britain, 6.4 difficulty in qualification. I was going to say the question will be how tidy he can make the routine, but that's a pretty compelling start. Does step out, though, for a 10th penalty. His development has been stunning. The progress of this 19-year-old over the last couple of years. Controls his handstand well. Really whips his body round in the layout position. Again, out of bounds, that's unfortunate. That is such a good performance. It will be really intriguing to see what cost those 2 penalty tents will be for Harry Hepworth of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. From Cookridge in the northwest suburbs of Leeds. Was originally a village founded in the 1540s, now part of the wider Leeds metropolitan area.
Camaraderie as he steps off the floor and greeted by his coach Dave Murray. Harry trains in Leeds in Great Britain.
He has been a champion in World Challenge Cup competition on floor and was a medalist at the National Championships earlier this year.
Seen him appear on greens and vault over the course of the weekend. So let's just focus on his floor for a moment. Look at that. Double twisted somersault with 3 twists. So impressive, so difficult.
Triple twisting, double tucked somersault, named after Ri Jong Song of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Here, straight front somersault with full twist.
Important to try to keep the legs straight, the knees not too bent in the pike position. He's a little over-rotated coming out of it, hence the step out of bounds. It's still very proficient technically.
And look at that tumble one more time.
Clarity of his execution has improved a lot over the years.
Spatial awareness, quite incredible. There are special line judges which will be looking, or who should I say will be looking
This is
at the perimeter of the floor.
a young man who was diagnosed with a hip disorder when he was 5 years old. He didn't do any sport for 3 years until a very important moment in his life. A gymnast came to his primary school and demonstrated a backflip, and gymnastics was his way back into sport. 14.333. Harry Hepworth of Great Britain is in 6th place, 2/10 of penalty marks. With those removed, he would have slotted in behind Milad Karimi into 4th position. Hashimoto Daiki from Japan, top of the all-around competition, top with the Japanese team. 6th best in qualification here, his score 14.5. He was the silver medalist last year in Liverpool. Still only 22. An undergraduate at Juntendo University, one of the most prestigious in Japan. Oh, so much power and amplitude that he flew out of bounds. He is the last gymnast in this final. He is an absolutely outrageous talent in this sport. Hashimoto Daiki of Japan. It feels already as though he's been around forever. and yet he is still only 22. Twice a world all-around champion, the Olympic champion from Tokyo. What more will he achieve?
Let's go.
It's just that opening tumbling pass where he bounds out of the space. Artem Dolgopiat leads at the moment on 14.866. Then Minami Kazuki 14.666. Milad Karimi 14.6.
Having to control all of that adrenaline in the balance, the handstand, which he holds beautifully. And then
Thrilled Minami Kazuki,
by the Japanese team.
waiting to see if he has won the world title. Artem Dolgopiat. This, the last score to come in. Dolgopiat guaranteed at least a silver. Minami Kazuki guaranteed at least a bronze. Milad Karimi waiting. It is 14.233 for Hashimoto Daiki. His difficulty substantially lower than the top competitors. His execution very good. And it means that Artem Dolgopiat has won the world title. The one missing from his collection. Olympic champion, European champion, now world champion. And he will go to Paris 2024 as the undisputed king of men's floor. Minami Kazuki, Hashimoto's teammate, the silver medalist, and we just briefly saw a moment ago Milad Karimi, bronze medalist. He's on a world championship podium for the very first time. Not him though, it's his second time winning second place. Minami Kazuki of Japan takes the silver medal. Another lovely display of beautiful twisting gymnastics from the 23-year-old. But it is 26-year-old Artem Dolgopiat, born in Ukraine, but from the age of 12, calling Israel home. The first ever Israeli artistic gymnastics Olympic champion. And now he's won the world title for them. First time that that's happened. Milad Karimi, welcome to the club of world championship medalists, the 24-year-old from Kazakhstan. It is just the second medal Kazakhstan has ever won at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan takes the bronze medal. Minami Kazuki of Japan wins the silver. And Artem Dolgopiat of Israel takes the World Championship title for the first time in the men's floor exercise. And so the first final has been completed, and it ends in an Israeli gold medal. And it is the first ever gold medal for Israel at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. Competition will continue in just a moment or two at the World Championships as we move on to the women's vault final.
And we are ready for the second final of the day. The women's vault final. Please welcome the finalists.
And now on to the women's vault competition at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships in Antwerp. Following 2 withdrawals and a jury of appeal decision, we have both Lian Wong and Chenga Bachkoi coming into this final after some changes. It is therefore a 9-strong final. If the United States of America wins a gold medal, and they've got a pretty good chance when she's around, then it will mean that the USA is the most successful ever nation in women's vaulting at the World Championships. Simone Biles, the top qualifier. Colleen Duvillard from a jubilant French team who took a bronze medal and who will be heading to Paris as one of the top teams in the world.
Representing the United States, Lian Wong.
Unexpectedly into this final, Lian Wong of the United States of America. Jocelyn Robertson, her teammate, having to withdraw regrettably due to injury. So she has come in as the next applicable American, because there were 3 Americans in that top group of qualifiers, but also coming in as the reserve gymnast is Chenga Bachkoi of Hungary. Miyata Shoko of Japan. The 19-year-old from Kyoto who won a bronze medal at the World Championships last year on the balance beam.
From Mexico, Alexa Moreno.
The history-making Mexican Alexa Moreno, the bronze medalist on vault at the 2018 World Championships, the only Mexican woman ever to win a World Championship medal. She's the reigning Pan American champion too. Also coming into the competition, Ellie Black of Canada.
For the Republic of Korea,
A gymnast who was the 9th best performer in qualification. Yo So-jong of the Republic of Korea, the bronze medalist from the Olympic Games in Tokyo, the reigning 2-time Asian champion on vault. Rebeca Andrade of Brazil, the 2nd best performer in qualification and the reigning Olympic champion. And the Brazilian fans are rather pleased to see her. 2 silver medals for her at these World Championships in the team event. What a triumph for Brazil that was. And in the all-around competition.
Gymnasts, time to warm up. Get moved by motion. The 4 first gymnasts will now warm up. Let's have a quick
Warm-up time now for all of the first 4 competitors. The women's vault final. Simone Biles, the top qualifier, will be the first to go with extraordinary difficulty. The Yurchenko double pike vault, the most difficult vault in women's artistic gymnastics by 0.4 of a mark. Twice already a world champion on vault in Doha and Stuttgart, and an Olympic champion from 2016. How wonderful. We have the last 2 Olympic champions on vault in this final. We also have the bronze medalist from last year's competition, Colleen Duvillard from France. And she is the reigning European champion too. A gymnast who has overcome with such determination some very unpleasant injuries. And on the subject of injured gymnasts, we have to just take a moment to wish the very best to Jocelyn Robertson of the United States of America and Jessica Gadirova of Great Britain, who have both withdrawn Alice Kinsella came in at very short notice for Jessica Gadirova in the all-around competition, the final yesterday, and competed extremely well, getting into the top 8. Chenga Bachkoy is also in as a reserve gymnast in what is a 9-strong vault final. The United States of America has won 7 women's vault titles. There we go. And with Simone Biles having the Yurchenko double pike at her disposal, they're well positioned to do it again, and that would make them the most successful nation in terms of gold medals in women's vaulting at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. It's been so interesting to see the change in sprinting technique of Colleen de Villar, who has worked with a sprinter, a sprinting coach, to alter her run-up. And coming in unexpectedly, Lian Wong.
Judges just overseeing the vault movement to ensure that every gymnast has the same number of vaults. And then we'll be getting this final underway. You can see that cuff that goes around the edge of the spring.
Chenga Bachkoy also in. So they are the 2 replacements for the gymnasts who withdrew. Jocelyn Robertson and Jessica Gadirova. And in Chenga Bachkoy we have a Youth Olympic silver medalist on vault in 2018. She said at the time that her great inspiration for that was something that happened a couple of months before the Youth Olympic Games. It was when Boglárka Dévai won the European title for Hungary on vault. The whole Hungarian team were at those Youth Olympic Games part of a very enjoyable effort across social media to brand it as the Spirit of Youngary, which is a lovely bit of wordplay and something that created a nice sense of team togetherness across the entire competition. Twice a world champion on vault, Simone Biles of the United States of America. And we're going to see the Yurchenko double pike vault. You will notice that her coach stands very close as a protective measure. That is entirely within the framework of the code of points. Is a conscious decision to take a 0.5 penalty for it. Oh, and that time, the Yurchenko double pike does not quite work. It is performed with so much power that it looks as though, frankly, she can keep going on in the pike position for an absolute eternity. She's unbelievable, honestly. Simone Biles is one of the only gymnasts in the world for whom you gain even more respect for her athletic abilities when she doesn't land something, because you are cognizant of what extraordinary power she has.
Acceleration on the vault run, back flip on, 2.5 rotations in the pike position. She has so much flank rotation, just over-rotating on that vault.
Over-rotating a double pike. My word. Look at the height, it's remarkable. And it is so difficult just contemplating the physics of the pike position, because the body simply does not rotate as quickly, or it shouldn't do, unless you're Simone Biles, where you don't care really about the laws of physics. But the body shouldn't rotate as quickly in the pike position. That's why in sports like gymnastics and in diving, though the piked dives, those of you who watch diving will know that they always carry a higher degree of difficulty.
Just for safety, of course.
The score in qualification was 15.266. 14.433 is still no small score.
Here comes the second vault of
6.4 difficulty, as I said earlier, by 4/10 the highest degree of difficulty of any vault in women's artistic gymnastics. Her second vault, the Cheng vault, it is remarkable how far she gets from the table. Her flight is extraordinary, and that was extremely well landed. The vault was anglicised to Cheng. It's named after Chung Fei, 3 times a world champion on vault. It's a round off, half on a layout with 1.5 twists.
Let's see it again. Round up onto the board, half turn on, straight front somersault with 1.5 twists. So much flight, so much energy.
And it is the time that Simone Biles spends in the air that is of real note.
Here, the complex turn on, pushing up, locks the feet together, wraps up into 1.5
It's
twists.
efficient and it's highly effective, and it's still going to be, despite her struggling to land that Yurchenko double pike, it is still going to be a very handsome number overall.
It's sort of 0.5 deduction for the coach standing in on the first vault, but such a high tariff, safety of paramount importance. So let's see what the rest of the finalists have to chase.
We wachten op de tweede score van Simone Biles. En dan gaan we kijken wat het gemiddelde is van de twee sprongen.
I didn't even know you had my number.
14.549 is the average score. A 14.666 for the Cheng, slightly better than qualification. So, just consider this. She didn't land the first vault completed, or completely I should say, and yet she still has a 14.549. The second best score in qualification was a 14.633. That's the depth of difficulty we're considering with Simone Biles. She's still a medal contender, obviously. Pauline Duvillard from France. The 22-year-old bronze medalist at the World Championships last year, the reigning champion of Europe. It's quite low landing the Chusovitna vault. Very powerful work. She scored 14.4 in qualification, a 9.0 execution.
With a handspring 1.5 twist for her first vault. 5.4 difficulty value.
Vault most associated with the legendary vaulter, and still practicing, Oksana Chusovitna of Uzbekistan.
Champion on vault.
And that's that sprinter's technique that she has worked on. It's had a huge impact. Just looking to see where that right hand placement was.
She's the first French female gymnast to win the European title on vault. And part of this historic team that took a bronze medal just a few
Yeah, it does
days
clearly go
ago.
down. So full mark
That was their
to be
first
removed
team
from the
medal in the
execution
world.
score.
5 years, quite phenomenal. Yeah, just a little low on landing. Let's see what the judges make of her first vault. She qualified with a score of 13.783.
Does get good height.
La médaille de bronze de
Such a wonderful vaulter.
Pauline Duvillard.
Both of the hands clearly slapping down onto the mat.
En ze mag zichzelf ook Europees kampioen noemen aan de sprong.
It's a different sort of running technique, isn't it, from what you see from a lot of gymnasts, the way the arms move. It really is true, pure sprinting technique.
Met haar team Frankrijk in de teamfinale. We wachten op de score van die eerste sprong van Colin.
with all of the injuries that she has endured over her career, as the score of 13.2 comes in. Just the fact that we still get to enjoy her at international level and doing some of her best ever work over the last 12 months is a credit to her toughness and to how well she's rehabilitated some complicated injuries. Now she's indicating a double twisting Yurchenko vault, which will be different from qualification, certainly to be competitive. That's what she needs to do. And interesting decision made there by Colleen de Villar after what happened with the first vault, with the hands going down.
Safely through her second vault. And she takes her wrist straps off there, just additional support.
She did indicate a double twisting Yurchenko performed a full twisting Yurchenko. And that was clearly a risk not worth taking when she was not going to be in contention. In qualification, as I mentioned, she did a full twisting Yurchenko. To really be in contention for a medal here, she was obviously aware that the full twisting Yurchenko would be required, but she's the kind of gymnast with her experience and competition awareness to know that there was no point in risking a more complex vault after the problems with the first. And for all of these athletes, particularly with the Olympic Games on the horizon, there is nothing to be gained from needless difficulty risk. And with her history, her unfortunate history of injuries, she knows that more acutely than anyone else and is extremely astute to make that call. The last World Championships before this in Liverpool were her first since 2017. And she departs these championships as a team bronze medalist. The first French team since 1950 to win a team medal, and only the second ever. 13.183 the average, a second vault of 13.166. Now we see Lian Wong from the United States of America. A gymnast who has come in following the withdrawal of Jocelyn Robertson. Oh, a lovely double twisting Yurchenko from Lian Wong. Her execution score for that vaulting qualification was 9.166.
Very nice first vault from Lian Wong, the double twisting Yurchenko. So, same vault as that previous one from Colleen de Villar, but with an additional twist in flight, raising the difficulty value to a 5.0, and you can see that reflected at the far end of the vault run-up.
This was nice technique, good central line, keeps the body upright on landing, minimal landing adjustment, it's all very tidy.
An average of 13.633 in qualification. She has 3 World Championship titles, all with the team.
Slight untidiness in terms of the leg form in flight if one is being on the assiduous side, and that's what the judges are there to do.
Japan in 21, where she also won a bronze on floor exercise, but looking good on vault here as well.
The landing quite precise.
Late replacement for Jocelyn Robertson, her teammate. The American's so strong on this apparatus.
Sie ist angeschlossen beim Club in Gainesville in Florida. Lian Wong, 20 Jahre alt. And there's the score.
14.1 for Lian Wong. Not quite as high in terms of the execution as in qualification, but really a drop of only several hundreds, nothing more than that.
Time for the second ball for the United States, Lian Wong.
Second vault for Lian Wong of the United States of America, and that's well performed too. Two nicely executed vaults. Layout Podkopaiva. The second for her, 4.8 degree of difficulty. That's up by 6/10 of difficulty from the preliminary round.
To finish in a podium position here at these golf finals, giving you away, clearly pleased with that, and rightly so.
So certainly we expect way more than the 13.1 that she received in qualification. Let's have a look at it again. Drifting a little towards the edge of the tram lines, a 10th of penalty deductions to be considered.
Converting that horizontal acceleration on the vault run up into vertical lift. Just
And I think as we look at Lian Wong, we have to remind ourselves what a contribution she made to the team final, because she had to perform on vault, which she was not expecting to do, and on floor, which she was not expecting to do, due to the unfortunate warm-up injury on vault of Jocelyn Robertson. So Wong really became a fundamental part of the American team's success. She had a difficult time on beam, which was the one piece she was due to do, but I think you cannot view that in isolation when her additional contributions on vault and floor are brought into play. It would be incredibly harsh to simply look at that one performance on balance beam when her contribution to the team final required so much quick adjustment to a changing competition. She deserves a lot of credit for that.
And there's the second score, average of 13.466.
Well, it is a 4.2 difficulty score for the second vault. Was indicating 4.8. 13.466. We'll come back to that. She wasn't given, I think, the layout position, which must be why the difficulty was lower. Now on to Chenga Bachkoy of Hungary. Now performed that well. That was the Yurchenko 1.5. A vault that Chenga Bachkoy has used quite a lot in the course of her career. She did perform a double twisting Yurchenko in qualification.
20 years of age, originally from Budapest. Currently studying.
Just to go back to that previous vault from Lian Wong, I think a pike position must have been what's credited. And now we return to this performance of Chenga Bachkoy, 1.5 twisting Yurchenko vault.
Twist off the top of the vault.
4/10 of a mark given for each additional half twist with the Yurchenko vault. So we saw from Colleen de Villar the full twisting Yurchenko, 4.2. Now we see the 4.6, 1.5 twisting one, and we've seen from some of the other gymnasts the double, which is 5.0. I'm sure that's very familiar information to many of you. Apologies if I'm telling lots of you things you already know, but it is worth just reminding ourselves of it every now and then, especially with lots of new viewers joining as we build up towards an Olympic cycle. Or an Olympic year, I should say. We're in an Olympic cycle. Well and truly in it.
Ze studeert in Amerika tegenwoordig aan de Universiteit van Nebraska.
Chenga Bachkoy, the 20-year-old born in Budapest.
Aangesloten is bij het team van de universiteit. Bijzonder populair in Amerika, dat college gymnastiek.
13.4 for the first vault. So that's a drop of 4/10 from qualification. But all of that is down to the extra half twist that she elected to perform
For Hungary, Cenga Bacskay.
in qualifying. Same execution. Second vault, nice and tidy from Cenga Bacskay, who was drafted quite late into this final. The gymnast who calls Nebraska her new home, university undergraduate.
4.4 for her second vault.
Gymnasts of the second group.
That brings to a close the first half of the competition. 5 to come in the second half. And we look back at this performance of Cenga Bacskay. That's the Kim vault, full twisting Tsukahara. 4.4 degree of difficulty.
In the meantime, let's have some fun in the audience. Come on, if you see yourself on the big screen,
Quite upright as she landed, not a great deal of adjustment. It should score well from an execution perspective.
There we go. Let's dance. If you see yourself, you have to flex. Go, wake up now. One good one there, yeah. Come on, hey, good, very good.
Cenga Bacskay trains at the Central Sports and Youth Association when she's in Budapest, which opened in 1963. It's the club that she came through as a young gymnast. She's in the bronze medal position at the moment with 13.266. 13.133 for the second vault. So it means at the near halfway stage, but we have 5 to go, Simone Biles is in the lead. Then the United States of America also in second place with Leanne Wong. Cenga Bacskay third. Pauline Divya is fourth. Still to come, we have Miyata Shoko, Alexa Moreno, Ellie Black, Yoso Jong, and Rebecca Andrade. And it will be interesting to contemplate, or we'll come back to that in a moment, as we first pay homage to a world champion from 2021, just after she won the delayed Olympic Games vault title, Rebecca Andrade. But this gymnast is a most intriguing one. Yoso Jong of the Republic of Korea, the bronze medalist on vault at the Olympic Games in Tokyo and the reigning 2-time Asian champion. In qualification, we saw from her a 5.4 difficulty and a 5.0 difficulty, but she has got higher difficulty than that, her own vault. Ellie Black also in this final, the 9th best in qualification. There is Alexa Moreno, a gymnast with very compelling competitive difficulty. She's the reigning Central American and Caribbean Games champion on vault and the Pan American champion. She won team gold, vault gold and floor gold in San Salvador, in El Salvador, its capital city, earlier this year in the Central American and Caribbean Games. Lovely multi-sport event. It's been running for quite some time.
Gymnasts, your warm-up time is over now. En beginnen doen we dit tweede deel van de sprongfinale in Japan. From Japan, Shoko Miyata.
Miyata Shoko, gymnast from Japan, who has an extremely Impressive double twisting Yurchenko when she gets it right. Oh, the landing was excellent. It'll be interesting to look at the takeoff from a form perspective, but the landing really was very crisp and tidy. She scored 14.1 in qualification. A medalist at the Asian Championships in Doha last year on vault. She's the reigning Japanese champion and won the World University Games title on vault in the summer. It was nice to see that because she was injured in the all-around final, but did come back for the apparatus finals. It takes a while for her to establish the tidiness at the start of the vault, but she has it recovered quite comfortably for the end.
Bronze medalist on balance beam, as well as the 2022 Asian Championships silver medalist on vault and floor exercise. So great all-rounder.
And she is like so many of the Japanese gymnasts at Juntendo University, or Jundai, as it's colloquially known. But, look it up, you'll see how many Olympic athletes and champions it's produced over the years. It really is at the heart of the Japanese sporting system.
In the way they approach the apparatus.
And there's been an interesting relationship over Japan's sporting history between corporate sport and university sport, and over the years the universities and corporations in a lot of sports have been replaced by professional teams, but in gymnastics the universities are still at the heart of it. 14.066 for Miyata for the first vault, very similar to qualification, a few hundredths shy.
Time for the second vault for Japan, Shoko Miyata.
Second vault from Miyata Shoko of Japan. And she's thrilled with that performance. Really good work in the vaulting final.
Super performance, and she knows she's done a good job.
Very good quality, this, from Miyata.
A 4.8 difficulty value. So slightly easier than her first vault, but so well performed.
Podkopayeva, named after the great Lilia Podkopayeva, the Olympic all-around champion from 1996.
Dynamic in the approach, powerful on the top, blocks, drives the heels up into the
Difficult to keep the form in the layout position, but she certainly establishes a layout position. So that just 2/10 shy of the difficulty of the first vault. She keeps so nice and central, lands it well. Both of the vaults really well landed from Miyata Shoko, the gymnast who is affectionately known as Shokomi to her teammates. She's had some wonderful results domestically. Really a dominant force in all-around competition at national level.
Daar werd het brons voor haar. Vijfde dus in de sprongfinale in Liverpool.
They're right to be pleased with how this has gone. Should send her up into a medal position, probably second. It has done 13.899 for Miyata Shoko, 13.733 for the Podkopayeva, and she goes into the silver medal position. So it's Biles, then Miyata, and then Lian Wong.
From Mexico, Alexa Moreno.
It could change though. Here is Alexa Moreno from Mexico. The World Championship bronze medalist in 2018, the only Mexican woman to get onto a World Championship podium. She's 29 now, a two-time Olympian, and she remains an outstanding vaulter. Handspring front 1.5 twist, the opening vault from Alexa Moreno. She won the World Challenge Cup vaulting title in Paris, the traditional warm-up competition, the major warm-up competition for the World Championships.
With 1.5 twists, a 5.4 difficulty score. 29 years of age, the 2018 World Bronze medalist on vault and the first Mexican female gymnast to medal at the Worlds.
Incredible run-up. So much power, but great control too.
Represented Mexico at the Rio Summer Olympics.
And she's so much more than powerful. It's one of the things that gets talked about because of the efficiency and effectiveness of her run, but she's technically magnificent as well. Sometimes we run the risk of confusing power and technique, because power without technique, well, it's not power, frankly, it's just wasted energy. In any sport, I'm sure many of you know that, whether you're playing tennis and trying to hit an efficient backhand and throwing your whole body weight at it and still producing nothing of any force on the ball. It's the same in gymnastics as well. Power's got to be accompanied by effective technique, and she's absolutely got that. Doesn't she snap the heels together quickly?
Spots the landing. Job well done.
She is extremely passionate about Korean music and Japanese anime and manga. Used Demon Slayer music quite memorably at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. 14.3 for the first vault. She is in contention to move into a podium position.
And here's the second vault of Mexico's Alexa Moreno.
Looks as though she's going to be playing this safe. She's indicating a full twisting Tsukahara vault. Alexa Moreno of Mexico. That was interesting. That was very interesting, because what was indicated was a full twisting Tsukahara, but it looks as though she went for that. If my eyesight has served me correctly there, that would be a 5.2 difficulty vault if she is credited, because that's a Tsukahara double. Well, that kept us guessing, didn't it? Let's see what comes in when the scores are calculated. Alexa Moreno, well, that, yeah, really was attacked. Going for it, going for a place on the podium. Again, that's competition management, isn't it? She had two options ready. Either playing it safe or really going for it. Boy, did she go for it. Got it round well.
Good job from her. And lifting from
Gymnast from Mexicali, the capital of the Baja California part of the country.
And that could make a huge difference in this vault final. We already know she has one.
No question that she's in contention now. And one wonders about Miyata Shoko's position in second place. That feels like it could be vulnerable. The form is not the tidiest you'll ever see in the flight phase, that's clear. And there is some landing adjustment, but from a difficulty perspective, it's going to be compelling. There we go, 5.2. 14.166. She goes into second place. It's a 14.033 for that second vault. Alexa Moreno in the silver medal position. Still 3 gymnasts to come, remember, because this is a 9-strong final. But it's Biles, Moreno, Miyata. Now to Ellie Black from Canada. The 28-year-old from Nova Scotia, 3-time Olympian. Performs her first vault very nicely indeed. A different sort of 5.0 difficulty from the double twisting Yurchenko vault. Landing facing away from the table with a handspring front layout full twist.
difficulty value.
Difficult,
28 years
those
of age, born
vaults.
in Nova Scotia. She's a
The gymnast
three-time
landing unsighted from the
Olympian.
table.
The 2017
I think we
World
expect that from the
All-Around
second
silver
vault as
medalist.
well from Ellie Black,
She's
but
the
we'll have to
first
see.
Canadian gymnast to win a World All-Around medal.
It's
What an
very good
unprecedented
technically.
sport she is.
It's very central.
And what a great performance that was. Here's the handspring, plants the hands, drives the heel.
Really
blocks
judges
off
her
the top.
placement well.
Straight somersault, wraps into the twist. Very secure in that first vault. She led the Canadian women's gymnastics team to a bronze medal at the 2022 World Championships, securing their place at the Paris Olympics. The Canadian team were 12th here. And she was 16th in the all-around competition. She's also made the bar final.
The most successful Canadian women's artistic gymnast ever. The first gymnast from Nova Scotia to actually make the senior national team. Huge inspiration to Ellie Black has always been Rosie McLennan, the double Olympic trampoline champion. And she scores 14. That's better than qualification. She said that winning the team bronze medal last year with the Canadian squad that guaranteed them a place at the Olympic Games allowed her to heal an ankle injury that had been a problem since the Olympic Games. So she had surgery, feels now the best she's felt for a couple of years. And it's been a very good performance in this vault final from Canada's Ellie Black.
Ellie Black from Canada. The Canadian
Yeah, and that is a job really well done. And nice for her after not the most comfortable of all-around finals. But again, we remind ourselves that she took that decision to have surgery, and that comes with long recovery time.
Such a strong competitor.
But the pressure to actually be at these championships was reduced,
Here's that second
or
vault.
indeed eliminated, by the Canadian women winning that bronze medal and qualifying for the Olympics last year. But you can see, I'm sure, she's still got lots of protection around the ankle.
So really marked out of 14.8.
Sukahara vault with 1.5 twists, so another of those where she's facing away from the table as she lands.
Deviations in the body shape or flight time or landing, so many things.
But the technical precision of her vaults, compelling.
Hours and hours needed to perfect these vaults. A good second vault from her.
Geweldig ervaren gymnaste.
Brings the
Ellie
heels
Black.
together well and
Ze was er al bij
in
op
good
de
time.
Spelen van Londen in 2012.
Keeps the body in
En
the
toen stond
straight
ze zelfs
position.
al in de finale aan de sprong. Ellie Black, aangesloten bij een club in Halifax. Dat is een stad helemaal in het oosten.
14 for the first, second in qualification, scored 13.566. Probably much better execution. She's in the bronze medal position, 13.933, 13.866 for the second vault, 3/10 higher in execution than qualification. That is a huge jump. So, Biles, Moreno, Black, 1, 2 and 3 with 2 gymnasts to come, but they are the third and second best qualifiers respectively. And they both have got the scoring power to go ahead of Simone Biles. And what's interesting is we see indicated on the board that Yeo So-jung is going to go for her own vault. The one that she created. Oh, well, that's a very good start to her competition. She didn't do the vault that she indicated on the board, which was her own 5.8 difficulty vault. Obviously electing to keep it a little simpler and put in half a twist fewer.
14.516. 21 years of age, won a bronze on this apparatus.
And
at
that's what
Tokyo
she did in
Olympic
qualification, 5.4
Games.
difficulty.
The first female gymnast from her country to take an Olympic medal. She's the 2022 Asian Games champion.
Bronze
on this
medalist at the
apparatus.
Olympics.
And then a handspring.
It's a very good vault technically, isn't it?
Somersault for her vault, the first vault, performed very nicely. Both her parents were gymnasts.
Handspring
And,
front
her
layout,
father,
1.5
Hong Chun,
twists.
was the Olympic silver medalist on vault, so she comes from great pedigree. She does have a vault
And
named
the
after her, the handspring double twisting straight
Yo
front.
vault, her own
Same
vault,
she's
is one
just
where
done,
she
but with
lands
a
facing away
traditional
from the table.
half twist, perhaps playing just a little bit safe to make sure it was cleanly round, going for the execution. It was executed very well.
Incredible
There you can
gymnastics
see
family. I'm sure many of you know the story, but for those of you who don't, her father Hong Chul, silver medalist on vault at the Olympic Games in Atlanta. Her mother Kim Yoon-ji, a bronze medalist with the team at the Asian Games in Hiroshima in 1994. And she had real issues with her ankle as the score 14.6 comes in. I was going to say she had real issues with her ankle last year, hampering her chances coming into the World Championships, where she was 7th in the final. But now she is really well positioned. If she can keep the execution really crisp, she's going to hover around the number produced by Simone Biles. Probably more likely that she'll slip into second place, but let's have a look. This is going to be very key. Oh, wonderfully done, Yo So-jong, the Olympic bronze medalist. Surely we'll see her on the podium now. Biles in the lead, Moreno in second place, Black in third place, but the combined difficulty of those two vaults with the crispness of execution from the 21-year-old has made her a very compelling contender for a high spot on the podium.
All she can do now is wait.
She's from Yongin-si, which is part of the Seoul capital area in the northern part of the Republic of Korea.
Take a look at that again. She's so excited. That thrill when you know you've trained so hard and it comes up in
What a
competition.
joy to see
Here,
this
the round off
performance
back
from
flip,
her
Straight somersaults, two twists. Look at
after
that.
the struggle
Right
she had
on
at the last
midline.
World Championships. And no gymnast from the Republic of Korea
Super work.
has ever won a medal in the women's vault competition at the World Championships.
Nice straight shape.
And I think we're very close to being able to confirm that she is the first to do it.
Super vaults. That has a 5.0 difficulty value attached to it. That double twisting Yurchenko. Now then, scores to chase.
She's got a medal. She's got a medal. 14.416. A 14.233 for the second vault. It means that Yo So-jong has become the first gymnast ever from the Republic of Korea to win a women's vault medal at the World Championships. Simone Biles will win at least silver. But just in case you thought this vault final was done and dusted, well, let's bring out the Olympic champion. Rebecca Andrade, 14.633 in qualification. If she gets that, she wins. And it's a great start. The Cheng from Rebecca Andrade, the opening vault. Now she scored 14.9 in qualification.
Rebecca Andrade. Our final
The landing will be interesting to scrutinise from a different angle.
That was 5.6 difficulty
Going
value.
for her second World Championship title.
She is our silver all-around medalist. And a silver with the team historic here there. The round off onto the vault half turn on straight.
disqualification. And she now has a wonderful opportunity to win this title. Simone Biles on 14.549. A double twisting Yurchenko. Surely it's hers once more. Rebeca Andrade of Brazil. The Olympic champion on vault, likely to become world champion for a second time. That was as cool as you like. She makes difficulty look like a stroll in the park on a Sunday morning. Just brilliant. The 24-year-old from Guarulhos in São Paulo State, who dedicated her win at the World Championships last year, her all-around title, to the whole of her staffing team, all of the women who train with her. She's a remarkably humble individual. In one single day at the 2021 World Championship, she became the most successful woman ever from her country to compete at that level.
Such an explosive and elegant gymnast.
Her message to her fans, to other gymnasts, has been, I want to show people not to give up. Believe in your dream and stick with it.
I think that was 2 elephants, Niels.
You will rarely find somebody who lives their own example so honestly. Feels like something of a formality, this. It's going to be a victory. Champion of the world once more. Rebeca Andrade of Brazil, the Olympic and world champion, will go to Paris as the best in the business on vault. It continues a stunning competition for the Brazilian team. Their women have absolutely shone at these championships. Rebeca Andrade is the world champion on vault for a second time. And her second title in 3 years. Oh, and by the way, she also won the Olympic title a couple of years ago. Oh, it's been an incredible spell for her. I cannot stress how strongly enough, though, that display from Simone Biles is remarkable. When you consider the difficulty of that opening vault, that Yurchenko double pike, to still get on the podium despite not landing it. Yoso Jong of the Republic of Korea, history maker for her nation, the first ever to win a medal in the women's vault competition at the World Championships. And we offer commiserations to Alexa Moreno of Mexico, finishing fourth in a very entertaining final. The pressure was certainly on her. That score from Simone Biles of 14.549 was a very difficult one to pass. It relied on exceptional execution, and it got it from Rebeca Andrade. The classified results in the women's vault competition: bronze to Yoso Jong of the Republic of Korea, silver to Simone Biles of the United States of America, and a second World Championship title on vault to the reigning Olympic champion Rebeca Andrade of Brazil. And let's have a look back at how the medals were won.
ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the medal award ceremony of the men's floor final. Please welcome the medalists.
And we now move on to a couple of victory ceremonies to bring you before the action continues in Antwerp.
Third place and bronze
The victory
medal
ceremony for the
winner
men's
from
floor
Kazakhstan,
competition at the World
Milad
Championships
Karimi.
in Antwerp. Milad Karimi of Kazakhstan, winner of his first ever World Championship honours. He takes bronze, a great performance from the young man from Kazakhstan. Minami Kazuki, a second silver medal in 3 years in this event at the World Championships, to add to the team gold medal he won earlier.
And world champion representing Israel, Artem Dolgopiat.
But the first ever gold medal for Israel at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships is the real story here. Artem Dolgopiat will grab the headlines, and he grabs the one title that was missing from his collection. European gold, Olympic gold, now the full set.
Men's Technical Committee Vice President, and by Peter Frederiks, Co-President of the Royal Belgian Gymnastics Federation.
And we will now have
And
the
please,
national
ladies and
anthem of
gentlemen,
Israel for the
stand up
first
for the
time
national
at the World
anthem
Championships
of
of
Israel.
Artistic Gymnastics. A special moment for Israel in the history of the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships.
Milad Karimi, Kazuki Minami,
And there they are, the medalists in the men's floor exercise at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics in 2023. The last before the Olympiad in Paris, where he will go as the reigning Olympic and world champion.
Time for an extra picture of these three gentlemen. The winners of the men's floor final. Gentlemen, congratulations. Gymnast, thank you so much. Lovely to have you here in Antwerp. Thank you. And here's the award ceremony for the women's vault final. Please welcome the medalists.
We continue with scenes of celebration in Antwerp. The victory ceremony in the women's vault competition.
Third place and bronze medal winner representing the Republic of Korea, Yo So-jong.
The winner of the bronze medal becomes the first from her nation ever to make it onto the podium in this event at the World Championships. Yo So-jong of the Republic of Korea.
United States of America, Simone Biles.
Simone Biles from the United States of America wins the silver medal. Yet again on a vault podium at the World Championships. And displaying the most difficult vault in the history of women's artistic gymnastics. Winning a second world title on vault, the reigning Olympic champion, Brazil's Rebeca Andrade, and she will go to Paris as the one to beat.
By Lili Leung, FIG Executive Committee member, by Nehat Sayed, FIG Women's Technical Committee Vice President, and by Philippe Paquet, CEO of Sport Vlaanderen.
What a magnificent display technically from Rebeca Andrade. Such well-controlled vaulting. And such a fascinating final it was.
And we all rise, ladies and gentlemen.
And we'll have the
For
national anthem of Brazil.
Brazil.
The Hino Nacional Brasileiro, composed by Francisco Manuel da Silva in 1831 with lyrics by Joaquim Osorio Duque Estrada, and played in honour of Rebeca Andrade.
Some shots of these amazing
I think they're going to go
gymnasts.
back again for the photographs. And there they are, the medalists in the women's vault competition at the World Championships in Antwerp. She's done it again. Twice a champion of the world. One of the greatest stories of tenacity and perseverance through injury that you will ever get in this generation and maybe in the history of this sport.
Congratulations.
It feels ridiculous now to talk about it, but there were times when we thought we'd never see her again internationally, maybe never competitively, full stop. We thought we might not see him again. He thought we might not see him again internationally, and he's back as the top qualifier. This is going to be one of the most fascinating finals of the entire World Championships. The Olympic qualification picture is rich and complex here. 4 gymnasts are in contention, are vying for a spot at the Games. Lee Chi-kai, Ahmad Abu Al-Soud, Harachun Merdinian, Reece McClenaghan. It's the men's pommel horse final. The calibre of competitor means that some fantastic potential Olympians will miss out at this stage. There are other routes still available as we get close to Paris. But let's have a look at the contenders. Lee Chi-kai from Chinese Taipei, silver medalist at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, the first artistic gymnast from Chinese Taipei to win an Olympic medal. And he's the reigning 3-time World University Games champion. Max Whitlock of Great Britain, the reigning 2-time Olympic champion, the most successful pommel horse gymnast ever, and 3 times a world pommel horse champion. Here's a new name though, Coy Young of this great young American team. He's only 20. He's the reigning Pan-American champion on pommel horse. He was the 2nd best in qualification. Nils Dunkel from Germany, the 8th best in qualification, a medalist on pommel horse at the European Championships in his home country last year. Chiba Kenta from Japan, part of the team that won gold at 27. He's a debutant at the World Championships. He has such elegant and graceful gymnastics. The first ever gymnast from an Arab country, Jordan's Ahmad Abu Al-Soud, to win a medal at the World Championships. The silver medalist last year. His trajectory has been incredible of late. Harachun Merdinian of Armenia, the bronze medalist last year, after taking a bronze medal in 2015 in Glasgow. He is 39. It's incredible. Reece McClenaghan of Ireland, the reigning world champion, the first Irish gymnast ever to do it. The 24-year-old at his 6th World Championships, the 3rd best in qualification. Look at those names. Look at the calibre in this men's pommel horse final. Even by World Championship standard, it is high. It is the cream of the crop.
And I propose that we watch a short video.
It's going to be so engrossing. Just to go back to Olympic qualification, some gymnasts like him don't have to concern themselves with it because the British team have secured a berth there. Max Whitlock, twice an Olympic champion, the reigning 2-time Olympic champion, and 3 times a world champion to boot. Lee Chi-kai, the silver medalist at the Olympic Games behind Whitlock, and the runner-up at the World Championships in Stuttgart in 2019. Max Whitlock took best part of 18 months off training after the Olympic Games. He didn't compete at the Commonwealth Games last year nor the World Championships. He was injured for the European Championships earlier this year when he had announced his comeback at international level. He said that he felt no sense of purpose without gymnastics, and spoke very frankly about wanting to retire because of the fear of failure of moving forwards, and not moving forwards, I should say. And he said he realised that he wasn't retiring. In his own words, he was quitting. He was walking away from something out of a fear of failure, not because he felt he'd done all that he had to do. And he said, in what I think is one of the most honest and vulnerable things for somebody to say, he didn't want to pass that message on to his 4-year-old daughter, Willow. He didn't want her to see her old dad as somebody who was afraid and backed away from failure. I think anybody would have understood Max Whitlock choosing to retire after the Olympic Games, but it's not the journey he wishes to be on. I think we're all thrilled that he's still here again, because it's a richer sport to have him part of it. He says he's come back more positively, and he's got his daughter here as well. She's actually been able to come and watch. And what a spectacle she will witness and will look back on in years to come. Lee Chi-kai, 5th best in qualification, capable of absolutely making a run for the title. I mean, there's so many of them that could win this. And it could well be that we get a young man out of nowhere like Koi Young doing it.
Athletes representing Chinese Taipei, Lee Chi-kai.
Lee Chi-kai from Chinese Taipei, the 27-year-old Olympic silver medalist from Tokyo. His 5th World Championships. He's been twice a medalist, but we haven't seen him at the World Championships for a little while. It's a showcase of flares, his work. Scissor work now into those big flares. This is where the difficulty comes. Busnari, oh, a little clip, I think, there, perhaps. Hard to see, but now he goes on with the flares with purpose and power. His hip height is incredible. Always has been. Goes back into them again. Oh, and that time it catches up with him. And just remember, Lee Chi-kai is a gymnast for whom it is important to win his own 4-gymnast tournament here. Him, Ahmad Abu Al-Soud, Haruchun Medinian and Reece McClenaghan, the 4 gymnasts for whom Olympic qualification is up for grabs. There's so much at stake a year before the Games, or the year before the Games. Lee Chi-kai of Chinese Taipei, so unfortunately coming off the apparatus in the first display in this pommel horse final, and we have already the first moment of intrigue, a moment of drama. Oh, you have to feel for him, you really do. The young man who started performing gymnastics moves as a child to attract customers to his parents' market stall, earning him the lifelong nickname of Market Kai. He's gone on to be a university graduate from the Sport University of Chinese Taipei. So important when the gymnast goes into that handstand position that they keep on the handle, because if they place the handle off the pommel horse, they lose a third of a mark, can be even more, depending on what they do next. So we look back at his flare work. Very high with the hips.
You can see then either side of the handles, and there, that's where the right hand slips.
But he loses his right hand, unfortunately.
He qualified with 14.8, but remember, a whole mark is lost when they fall. Here's the flares with the spindles, and then a look
It's
at the floor.
agonising. You can see members of the crowd just gasping as he lost his contact.
Just towards the end of the routine, the dismount.
Wasn't the most controlled dismount he's ever produced either. And the look tells you more than we would wish to see and more than we'd wish to know. You have to have compassion for every athlete that's going for an Olympic spot here.
Twee keer pakte hij al een medaille in de toestelfinale aan het paard met bogen op het wereldkampioenschap. Eén keer was het zilver.
14.8 in qualification.
Deze man uit Chinees Taipei. Ziet bij 27 jaar oud is hij. Fantastische atleet. Zonder twijfel een van de moeilijkste toestellen.
Well, lots of World Cup competitions coming up next year, and we're likely to see him in them. That's another viable route to the Olympiad. Of course, we never know because there's still a long way to go. For the gymnasts who are in pursuit of Olympic qualification, it doesn't matter where they finish in terms of the podium as long as they beat the other contenders.
Nou achter op de score. De eerste score in deze finale aan het paard met bogen.
Lovely aerial view there. You can see how narrow the pommel horse is. Those handles, the gymnast can adjust according to the preference and shoulder width of the gymnast. You tend to find on pommel horse gymnasts are quite slight, really broad shoulders, make it very difficult to get the hands onto one handle where they can get some additional bonus points.
13 and a half. Nod of acceptance from a gentleman who might be quite busy in the spring, Li Chikai of Chinese Taipei. Oh, tough day for him. He's back, Max Whitlock, the top performer in qualification, the reigning two-time Olympic champion. Extraordinary difficulty, so many skills performed. He scored 6.8 for difficulty in qualification. Scissors up into handstand. And we see this extraordinary Wenderschwings on one single pommel. It's remarkable. He's got to keep the body high. Now he does the Wenderschwings in the centre of the apparatus. And this will be the Busnari into the flares. Getting a little bit of everything. Travelling flare work now into the Wu travels, and he's off the apparatus. The intrigue and the drama continues in this men's pommel horse final. The top qualifier unintentionally dismounting the pommel horse. Goes into more of the travelling Wenderschwings before working on one end of the apparatus. And he really packs in the salt and pepper to those pirouettes, spends a lot of time in the air. It's full of the characteristic complexity of Max Whitlock, and he's the kind of gymnast who is so analytical. He'll go back and review what didn't quite work there.
Max, 30 years of age, competing for the first time internationally since defending his Olympic title in Tokyo 2 years ago.
And for everybody in the rest of the field, they cannot fail to be aware of the fact that the great Max Whitlock, the top qualifier, has just come off the apparatus, and the fact that it opens up the final. And that can be a wonderful thing for an athlete, but it can also be a nerve-jangling moment.
Yeah. That's just when shoulders went off at the end of the
Knew it
horse.
probably before the rest of us did. When you're an athlete like him, you'd know to the most microscopic detail when something's not right.
Travelling along the horse. Look at the pressure on the wrists. Up onto one handle. So just more basic support makes it very difficult indeed. And that worked.
But we
So
remind
difficult.
ourselves as we look at this
Come back into the
incredible
flares, the
complexity from
travel.
Max Whitlock that the 30-year-old is in still the embryonic stages of his comeback.
All about the rhythm. And this, the
And
lift up into the pirouette.
With all due respect to the prestige of a World Championships, it is building towards the Olympic Games where he will try to accelerate.
Left the door open.
It would have been probably a wonderful bonus to get a medal or a title here,
Coached by Scott
but it's
Hamill, there sitting next to him.
the first really huge competition back for him after he won the pommel horse title at the Paris World Challenge Cup in the warm-up weeks before this event.
And,
Those
but
two
camaraderie on the
old
continent,
hands
the
who've
international gymnasts,
contested
they from the circuit.
on so many occasions
Of course, they're hugely
pommel
competitive,
horse
but
competition,
it's
including at the
important
Olympics.
alongside that as well.
Great respect they have for each other.
The main competition is with themselves in this arena to do the piece that they can.
2 keer werd hij Olympisch kampioen, 3 keer al wereldkampioen aan het paard met bogen. There's his score.
14.3 for Max Whitlock. It's a mighty score, isn't it, when you consider that he came off the apparatus. A 6.9 for difficulty, even higher than in qualification. So he is in the lead. Does it give this youngster a chance? He was electric in the qualification campaign. Koi Young, 15.066. In the men's team final, he scored 13.6. A lot of the elements are very similar to what we've seen from Max Whitlock as he uses the Buznari, goes into big, powerful flares. He's got good height, good clearance. Now, the travelling vendor swings, the woos. Magyar, Shivado combination, it's well performed, he's looking really good. Can just keep the height of the body. He's looking very good. He's looking outstanding. And he's looking like the real deal and a contender. His name is Koi Young, and you would be wise to remember it. He came into this as internationally probably the second or third least well-known in the entire field for the pommel horse final. I think you'll find his stock has just risen.
Already has a bronze medal in the team event.
He is a very studious young gentleman. He's at Stanford University, competes for the Cardinals in the national collegiate competitions. He plays the piano very well.
Swing, handstand.
He says that the sport of gymnastics has taught him about delayed gratification. In his words, it can take you a year to learn something, or it can take your teammate 5 minutes to learn something.
Judges looking for a straight line from the
His
shoulders,
view is enjoy
roots
the
to
struggle
toes,
and enjoy the
section
process.
swing.
Probably enjoy it a lot more after that. He's going to go into the lead easily, that's for sure. Just by how much? 14.966. It's only 1/10 down from qualification. His difficulty, the only change, 1/10 lower than the preliminary round, but it's a great lead established by Koi Young. Nothing to be coy about there.
Und jetzt Deutschland. To Germany, Nils Dunkel.
How impressive, that young man stepping up when opportunity was knocking. Nils Dunkel of Germany, the 8th best in qualifying with a score of 14.6. Bronze medalist at his home European Championships in Munich last year. Very proud moment for this experienced athlete who's competed at the Olympics. He's keeping his heels together well. Oh, a little wild, and the form recaptured quite expertly. into the flares. He comes out of with tidiness. Loss of the form as he exited the travelling Wenderschwings. A few breaks of form here and there, but he's displaying a commendable tenacity to continue with this routine. And it looked as though the arms were going to go in the pirouette. Oh, it was a little up and down, but in terms of battle, in terms of fight, that's a job well done from Niels Dunkel. Hard graft from the man from Erfurt in the centre of Germany, but who now calls Berlin home. It's lovely to see him in this final. He missed his home World Championships in Stuttgart in 2019 due to a foot injury. At the European Championships a couple of years ago, he tore his ankle ligament just before the competition. So it's only the third time that we've seen him at World Championship level. And there was a 5-year gap between last year and his debut.
Let's see what we got.
Comes from a very good gymnastics family. His father, Stefan, is a coach at the same club where he began training, MTV Erfurt.
We can see Niels Dunkel just on the replay there, waiting for his score patiently.
Coy Young leads, Max Whitlock in second place. Niels Dunkel, 13.766. Same difficulty as qualification, but his execution is lower by almost a full mark from the preliminary round for all of the reasons that we discussed during the routine itself. That takes us to the halfway stage of the final. We still have to come this gentleman, the reigning champion of the world. And a master on this apparatus. 39-year-old Haruchun Merdinyan. You get the feeling, don't you, he's still going to be doing this when he's 89. He's just one of those people who looks as though he's never going to stop doing gymnastics. Absolutely incredible conditioning that Haruchun Merdinyan has, even in a field of elite level gymnasts who set an absurd standard for their levels of conditioning. He is remarkable, as is this young man, who has perhaps learned, after lots of early initial success, learned the complex turbulences of sport, as has he, Ahmad Abou El Soud. They've both been through the tough times and the good times. When you think about Ahmad Abou El Soud, at his first World Championships in 2017, he was 36th. At his second in 2018, he was 126th. In Stuttgart, he was 177th in 2019, and then he won the silver medal at the last World Championships. He jumped 175 places from one World Championships to another. It might be close to a record for the biggest jump in one single apparatus from one World Championships to the next. And this young man we see for the first time at a World Championships. Chiba Kenta, already a world champion. 6th best in qualification with a score of 14.7. He's from the vibrant city of Osaka in the Shiga prefecture of Japan, in Honshu. Nari from him. I think moments here and there where the form lacks tidiness, but his clearance is good. Good straight body position too. travels very rapidly in the Wendeschwings. And again, look at the way he flies across the apparatus. Good, determined, crisp display that from Chiba Kenta. It got very smooth as it went on, and he has a real smoothness to his gymnastics. He's another of the Juntendo University graduates. Won team gold at the World University Games in Chinese Taipei in 2017. Amazing that we hadn't seen him internationally since a World Challenge Cup event in Hungary 5 years ago before Antwerp 2023. And he was 11th in the all-around competition at the National Championships this year. Amazing to think that he's actually placed higher at the World Championships in the all-around than his own National Championships.
Nice line in the swings. Here's a travel in the handstand, cutting through, back into the double leg circles. With the travel. Total concentration. Going up into the handstand. Using all of the horse. This hand placement is so important.
Chiba Kenta, 6.1 difficulty in qualification. Didn't look as tidy from an execution standpoint. It's 14.2. He's in third place. That is a drop of half a mark in the execution from qualifying. Koi Young leads with 3 to go.
Next up on the horse for Jordan, Ahmad Abu Al-Soud.
28-year-old Ahmad Abu Al-Soud from Jordan. 6.4 difficulty in qualification. He got a 6.6 at a World Cup event recently. One thing to watch with him is how he cuts out the middle of the apparatus a lot. Like that. Incredible. That's a way of adding difficulty. Shivado with a very straight body. So uses the Sohn, but it was wild. He's done well to keep it going. And pirouettes round well into the dismount. Now, the one issue there, the real issue, was his performance of Mark Sohn's eponymous skill. Lots of it that looked absolutely beautiful, but he had a clear break of form. It will also be interesting to scrutinise the difficulty score compared to qualifying.
He's 28 years of age.
The first ever medalist for Jordan and for any Arab gymnast. And he came second at the World Championships last year. He's twice the Asian champion too, won the silver medal this year. And several times the Arab champion.
There he is. Working on the end of the horse.
His development, not simply from a technical standpoint, but from a competition standpoint, being able to handle big occasions, has been actually refined through World Cup events. He's always out there travelling to World Cup competitions. And he's learned to perform in finals when he had so many issues earlier on in his career.
And concentration right the way to the end. That was the dismount. Feet locked together.
A lot of it was very, very good.
Cough the cheeks. Let's see what the judges think of it.
Young, Whitlock, Chiba. He's into a medal position at the moment. 14.633, and quite crucially for Ahmad Abu Al-Soud at the moment, he is the leading competitor in the race for Olympic qualification, but there are still 2 to come. So Young is guaranteed a medal because there are 2 to go. Here is the absolute veteran, Haruchun Madinian, 39. 7th best in qualification. Oh, that's his zone, that was well performed. This is very clean so far. His difficulty is not as high as many others, but lovely work, the Wenderschwings in the centre. Shivado to Magyar. It's good, it's really good so far. Oh, this is absolutely superb. It's absolutely marvellous again. He's entirely unaware that he's 39 years old. It's sensational. This man is an example to all. Haruchun Madinian, the bronze medalist last year, the bronze medalist in 2015.
And also back in 2015. European champion in 2022. She also won in 2016.
Well,
So a real specialist
the
on
way
this
that he
apparatus.
moves across the apparatus is
Still
so
showing
crisp and clean.
how he is at the top of his game.
He may not be a time traveller, but he's the timeless traveller when it comes to pommel horse gymnastics.
6, which at the moment will put him up into a podium position, into 3rd. Here, locking the feet together in the double leg circle.
Hasn't he got good technique? The difficulty will be interesting to look at, whether he's managed to add to the qualification
Building the
score.
difficulty.
Execution-wise, it's got to be up there with the finest that we've seen so far, surely.
And the score, I believe, is on its way.
Oh, not quite, 14.6. He's a few hundreds behind Ahmad Abu Al-Soud. And that means that there's one left to go in the Olympic qualification race. That's Reece McClenaghan. Ahmad Abu Al-Soud is leading the way. Koi Young has won at least a silver medal. Suddenly, the United States of America in the last couple of years is one of the world-leading pommel horse nations. It's brilliant. We go to Reece McClenaghan, the reigning world champion and last to go. His scoring qualifying 14.933. It needs to be better if he is to win. Not better by much, but just better. His clearance so far is lovely. Beautiful, straight body, light, in control. Big Wenderschwings in the centre. He packs 4 of them in. Oh dear, this is looking divine. Magyar Shivado combination, effortless quality, style, panache. It's devastatingly good from Reece McClenaghan of Ireland, the reigning world champion, with finesse, with flair, and with a feeling that he could be on the way to the Olympic Games, where he will be so desperate to get back and to show the world just how good he can be. I think it is clear that he has learned an enormous amount from the disappointment that he's had, because he has rebounded to the greatest level in his career from probably the lowest point, and that takes character. He's a very intelligent young man. He's extremely interested in science, in philosophy. He's so engrossed in how to become the greatest in this sport. And he engrosses us with performances like this.
So difficult.
Is it enough to go beyond Koi Young?
He's reigning world champion on this apparatus, also Commonwealth champion and 2 times European champion in Glasgow 2018 and in Antalya this year. really accomplished and a specialist on the pommel horse, and there you see why. Well, 14.966 is the score to chase. There's Luke Carson.
Coach Luke
He's very
Carson.
happy. Nod of approval.
Reece McClenaghan, the world champion from 2022. And the world champion in 2023. He is Olympic bound. He is Ireland's finest. And he's starting to become the one and only Reece McClenaghan. There's one big job left for him, and he's ready for it. He's going to head to Paris. And he's going to take on the world. Two years in a row, an Irish gymnast is the champion of the world on pommel horse. But this young lad, Coy Young in this field has taken silver. Yes, I think that's how a lot of people felt when they saw you in qualification and when they saw you in this final. But I think the days of being surprised by Coy Young are over. Ahmad Abu Al Sood has done it again. 2 World Championships in a row, he's on the podium. The Jordanian trailblazer.
Gymnasts, please march out.
The classified results in the men's pommel horse competition. Bronze to Jordan's Ahmad Abu Al Sood. The silver medal to Coy Young of the United States of America. And the gold medal and the title of world champion, retaining and defending, Reece McClenaghan of the Republic of Ireland. Let's have a look back at how the medals were won. I hope you're enjoying all of the action so far from this first day of apparatus finals. Isn't it a treat? And coming up next, the women's uneven bars final.
And we are ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the women's uneven bars final.
There is, one says it very, very quietly, the prospect of a history-making moment for an entire continent here.
Representing the United States of America, Charlize Jones.
The women's uneven bars final. Charlize Jones of the United States of America will be the first to go. The gymnast who was second best in qualification. Now we see the third best in qualifying, Kélia Nemours, but she scored much higher in the all-around competition yesterday. The Algerian looking to be the first ever African medalist at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. Huang Zhuofan of the People's Republic of China, fourth best in qualification.
From Canada, Ellie Black.
Silver medalist at the last national championships. Ellie Black from Canada. The joint 9th best in qualification, meaning that it's a 9-strong final. Just in case we needed even more drama and intrigue in what's going to be a great competition. Laurette Charpy of France. Oh, how brilliant her comeback has been. She is now a world championship medalist. Naomi Visser of the Netherlands, the 7th best in qualification. Reigning Dutch champion.
From the People's Republic of China, Q1.
Zhu Qiyuan of the People's Republic of China, the reigning Asian champion on the uneven bars.
Representing the Netherlands, Sanne Veerman.
And from a great uneven bars nation, the second Dutch gymnast, Sanne Veerman, who made the final in the World Championships last year.
The United States of America, Simone Biles.
And Simone Biles of the United States of America, the fifth best in qualification. It is going to be an extremely competitive final. It's what you want from a World Championships. The 9 who have made it through to the women's uneven bars final. We will start with an American, we will end with an American. And we'll have a lot in the middle too.
And first we'll watch a little video about uneven bars.
Ellie Black from Canada, who has over the course of her career demonstrated some of the most remarkable development on this apparatus that we've seen in this generation from any athlete. Charlize Jones of the United States of America, the silver medalist in last year's competition. And she is the reigning two-time national champion on the uneven bars, an exceptionally sophisticated performer. She has a brilliant dismount where she really senses the mat, tends to judge it so precisely.
Just a warm-up for you, giving you a taster. And again, you have one extra in the bar final. Usually it's the top 8, but we had a tie in
People's
qualification.
Republic of
So
China
fortunately
well
for you,
positioned
gets
to
9 world-class
contend
routines here.
with either Huang Jiufan, who was the 4th best in
And top
qualification,
qualifier
or
is
Zhu
Qiyuan,
Qiyuan, who scored a 14.9 in the preliminary round and was the top qualifier.
Who qualified with third highest scores, scored even higher, 15.2 in the all-around competition. So certainly two.
But what we did
gymnasts to
see
watch, but as we
in the
see
all-around
now,
was
can happen
Kalia
in these
Nimor
finals.
of Algeria,
Clean, and we win
producing an
all of our
absolutely
gymnasts very best.
incredible display. 15.2 was her score.
Bewegingen zijn bezig aan die brug met ongelijke leggers. Geen 8 gymnasten, maar 9 in deze finale door een ex-equo in de kwalificaties. En zoals Lisa Cannon er net al zei, goed voor ons, wij zien 9 finalisten en geen 8.
So Ellie Black just warming up on the uneven bars. We saw her on vault just moments ago, really. So they have to compose themselves again and focus on a different routine. She does have a skill name after herself. We'll see whether she performs that in her routine. We'll point it out as we go through.
De opwarming die zit er zo ongeveer op. Daarnet even nog de Canadese aan het werk gezien met haar opwarming, Ellie Black.
The women's uneven bars final about to begin. The top 9 from qualification, because we had 2 gymnasts in joint 8th position.
Gymnasts, your warm-up time is over now. Time to rock and roll. Representing the United States of America, Charlize Jones.
From the United States of America, Shilese Jones. Second best in qualification, 14.833, the 21-year-old from Seattle. Stolda Shaposhnikova transition. As well to hold on to that. Stolda into the Pike Kachev, the Downey. Goes into the Pax Salto. Didn't go straight into the Van Leeuwen. And now sets up for that so well judged front double tuck, where she has such mat awareness. Shilese Jones of the United States of America.
Shilese Jones from the United States of
Silver
America,
in the all-around competition, or
this
bronze I
bar
should say, in the
final.
all-around competition this year, silver
Elegant,
last year.
Difficult and very well performed. The second
Good beginning.
highest qualifier with
Let's have a look back at some of the
14.833.
finer details in this performance.
Gold medalist with the team, bronze medalist all around, and she has set the bar very high, so to speak here. Swinging well, let's see her working again. Here, that flying high straddle over the top of the bar.
This is the original Kachev,
Stolda
Alexander Kachev's
into
eponymous
the
skill.
Pike
Then the
Kachev.
Downey
That's called the Downey after Rebecca Downey, the first gymnast ever to perform
goes
it.
into the Pax
Immediately
Salto.
into the Pax Salto. It's when
And
the
sometimes
gymnasts combine these difficult elements
she
directly
goes
that they can add
into
to their
the
difficulty
Van
score.
Leeuwen,
Beautiful line.
which she did perform after it, but not
And look at
immediately
that skill
so.
One more time, rising high above the bar.
There
giving
again,
herself
the Pike
plenty of
Kachev.
time to land and catch that bar correctly. There's the transition. Cleanly through. Composed here, that forward giant, leading with the heels, driving them up.
And the front double
into
tuck to finish,
dismount.
where
Double somersault.
she just seems to come out of it so effortlessly.
Beautifully landed. Very, very strong start for her.
14.833 in qualification. 14.766. Execution slightly higher, difficulty down by 1/10 from the preliminary round. To a gymnast who was absolutely fantastic in the all-around competition, finishing in the top 8, Kélia Nemours of Algeria. The third best in qualification with 14.733, but she scored 15.2 in the all-around final. Starts with her own skill, the in-bar Stolda to Nabieva. Now, she didn't go straight into the Pax Salto, but does go from Pack into Maloney. And they're going into the Ejeva and back. Oh, it's brilliant. And the double layout, a magnificent landing. We might see history made. No gymnast from Africa has been on a World Championship podium. Now, there were aspects of that routine that were slightly different in terms of linkage compared to what we saw in the all-around final, but it's going to be a huge score, especially from an execution perspective. Let's look at it again.
In action, she performed her own skill right at the beginning of this routine.
This is her, well no, that's not her own work. We're looking back now. This is the Stolda Kachev with a half twist into the Ejeva, and then she goes straight from that into a Stolda Shaposhnikova with a half turn.
Everything is linked together. So incredibly difficult.
That half twist coming out of the Stolda Shaposhnikova
Yeah.
is incredible. We're looking at it again just from a different
Bill
angle.
Fenton, two gymnasts
It's a
performed it in the
beautiful
World Championship
skill, the
in
Ejeva.
2017.
And it's well performed too.
I have to catch cleanly with that half turn rather than just with the hands crossed.
And the double layout dismount
Super
as well was
performance
just
from her.
glorious.
Just
There
16 years of age.
is enormous potential and enormous hope
Competes
for Algeria and
her
for
father.
Africa.
There's a
Double layout,
straight at the end.
boom, done.
Beautiful routine, absolutely nailed the dismount.
In de kwalificaties haalden ze een score van 14,733, maar gisteren in de allround finale 15,2.
At the first ever World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics in Antwerp in 1903, a gentleman called Joseph Martinez became the first ever individual world champion. I'll talk more about him in a moment because there's a link here. 15.033. Kélia Nemours of Algeria goes into the lead. And I remind you that no African gymnast has ever won a medal at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. But Joseph Martinez, who won 10 World Championship gold medals and was the first superstar in the sport, represented France, but guess where he was born? Oran in Algeria. Could we see a little piece of poetry about to play out in Antwerp 120 years on? Huang Zhuofan of the People's Republic of China. Fourth best in qualification, 14.533. Uses the Komova transition, variation of the Shaposhnikova family. This routine is all about her in-bar work, really. Just the one high bar release, which she's got to work hard to make happen now. There is the piked Jaeger somersault with that lovely pirouetting before it. And it's a fine dismount too from Huang Zhuofan of the People's Republic of China. Very different construction compared to what we've just seen from Kélia Nemours.
And high fives all round.
And it's lovely to see that variety of orchestration in an uneven bars final.
Silver medalist on this apparatus.
It's a clever way of building difficulty that one often doesn't see because it's all about the close control work. Not everything in uneven bars or indeed in the men's horizontal bar is down to the spectacular high bar release and catches. Though they are, of course, of great importance.
Between the rails. Stooping. And out into handstand with half turn.
The Maloney transition with the half turn added, the Van Leuven, as it is officially known.
Every handstand has to be within 5 degrees to count.
But it's this clever in-bar work that is so enjoyable to watch.
Building into the dismount. Giant circle. Kicks into the double somersault with the full twist. Manages the rotation very well. A great job from her. Qualified with a score of 14.533. Let's see what it's going to be today.
Silver medalist at the National Championships last year.
Huang Zhuofan, we hebben haar nooit gezien op een WK, nooit op een wereldbeker. Hier komt de
Her score is 14.766, better execution than qualification, a jump of just over 2/10. She goes into third place, level with Shilese Jones, but Jones leads on the execution tiebreak. Excuse me, I'm tying myself up in knots. Ellie Black of Canada, the 9th best, joint 9th in qualification, 3 times an Olympian. Maloney to transition. The uprise Hindorf. And there we see that skill of hers, the Shang with a half twist. She goes into the Ejava. And then that really interesting dismount, the front pike with the half twist to conclude her routine. Canada's Ellie Black One of the most seasoned finalists out there at world level. A gymnast who at 28 has still a very bright future, because she looks as though she's just going to keep on going. Good job too.
We will wait for the score of Ellie before we warm up.
So yes, that's an opportunity to see her in action again, focusing on those.
I look back at this performance of Canada's Ellie Black.
Basic elements in gymnastics, but such a critical one.
5 times a Pan American Games gold medalist. So she uses the well-known Maloney transition early on. Then we see the uprise Hindorf variation of the Katchev. Sylvia Hindorf's skill, an Olympic bronze medalist for East Germany, the first Katchev actually for women, was performed by her. This is the Shang with the half twist, which becomes an Ejeva as she transitions from one thing to t'other. And lots of difficulty comes from that Shang with the half twist into the Ejeva.
That is the mark of a true world-class competitor. That's it, one more time.
Isn't it an unusual and enjoyable skill to watch?
In terms of the release, the difference between catching and missing the bar. Here, the build-up into the dismount, toe on.
From the toe-on position goes into the front pike with half twist.
With half twist in the straight shape, beautifully performed, lots of height and flight, a job well done.
De gymnasten zijn al aan het opwarmen.
Nemours, the leader, 15.033. Five to come in the second half. Nothing clear-cut yet. It is a very difficult lead to overcome that score of 15.033 from the Algerian.
Their close-up of their hand guards. They're there to protect the hands from the blisters, all the training that they do, and also help the grip. They have like a little leather roll or dowel in the middle that goes over the top.
The weight goes on for Canada's Ellie Black.
Staying on during all of those swinging elements.
13.8. Given a 5.7 for difficulty, which is 3/10 lower than qualification. She's in 4th position.
All right, while the gymnasts warm up, let's see what we got.
Simone Biles, the reigning all-around world champion and a silver medalist on this apparatus.
That's already a very good one. Okay, let's see who's next. Let's see who's next.
And that was in Doha.
Let's find out. Oh, okay. Oh, let's go, let's go. Yeah. That's really good, really good. Op naar de volgende. We gaan het zien. Okay, okay. Let's go. Imitate it, imitate, imitate. Yeah. It's not a difficult one. Good. As we have 1 minute left, let's see what else we got. Okay. That's a celebration. Hey, the little one in the back is doing good. Great. Not too bad. I need a little bit more excitement from you guys. Come on, let's cheer each other on. Let's see. Try to mimic the face and everything. Come on now.
Fascinating lay of the land in this women's uneven bars final with Shilese Jones and Huang Zhou-Fan occupying the other two medal positions on 14.766 each, with Jones the better from an execution standpoint. But Kélian Nimour from Algeria on 15.033 is ahead by a gap of almost 3/10.
Ooh, that's a difficult one. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Some people are really trying. Last one. What do we got? Hey, not too bad.
Gymnast, your warm-up time is over. On the unaided bars now, an athlete from France.
The fifth competitor in the women's uneven bars final. And a gymnast who has been a European Championship medalist on this apparatus. Laurette Sharpie in Munich last year won the bronze medal, but suffered an awful injury right at the end of the routine. Another knee ligament injury. It also had cost her in the past to miss the Olympic Games. She is back now. And she was so crucial to the French team in their acquisition of the bronze medal. Unfortunately, the swing just deserting her on that occasion. One of the overriding themes of the women's team final was the story of comebacks in the American team, in the Brazilian team, in the French team, and Laurette Sharpie is one of the most notable examples. Good strength shown there to hold that as she goes into the Jaeger somersault. There was the Shang, the height Hindorf. Uses a Hawkinoa, traditional Shaposhnikova with the half turn of the body. Big, powerful swing into the double layout to dismount. And I think there were a lot of people so nervous as she came round into that dismount just because of what we saw at the Munich European Championships. Laurette Sharpie can now start to think about the next step, about the Olympiad, about Tokyo being behind her and Paris being ahead of her, because Tokyo was such a devastating disappointment with the knee ligament tear that she suffered in March of 2021. Her tenacity is a shining example to her teammates.
Back in 2017. This was the start of her routine up on the big screen. Oops, and we've cut to that pirouette. It was 1.5, and she just didn't quite get that position in the handstand, and yeah, unfortunately had to come off and restart, so that'll be a whole mark for the fall.
The Shang,
no problem here, that flighted element, the piped Katchev
really does
get
the
bar to
pipe position established tightly.
Immediately into the Pak Salto to catch the bottom bar.
Move named after Pak Gyong-sil, the late Pak Gyong-sil of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, who so sadly passed away at the age of only 31. A great innovator in women's uneven bars competition, a move that has become not commonplace but integral to women's uneven bars gymnastics.
Into the double somersault in the straight position, more difficult than the tuck.
Whenever we watch the uneven bars, we have to take a moment to remember the contribution of the late Pak Gyong-sil, whose life was all too short.
Allereerste WK-finale hier in Antwerpen.
Laurette Sharpie whose career has resumed so spectacularly. Bronze medalist at these World Championships with the French team, a jubilant French team. 12.933, she's in 5th position. A real architect of the mixed grip Katchev transitions into the Ejeva is Naomi Visser of the Netherlands, 7th best in qualification with 14.166. There it is, Stolda Katchev into the Ejeva. That half twist, and to readjust there as she uses the Shapochnikova variation. Pak Salto. Van Leeuwen. The full twisting double tuck to dismount from Naomi Visser. Gymnast who made the uneven bars final at the European Championships earlier this year in Turkey.
Naomi Visser from Netherlands, swinging very well indeed, 22 years of age. Won European bronze as part of the team in 2018 and 2023. And a medal winner.
Two Dutch gymnasts in this final, Sanne Veerman the other. And we will know after the score comes in whether or not it's possible to declare a moment of artistic gymnastics history, because Kelia Nemours of Algeria is in the lead, and we only have 2 more routines to come after this.
Stolda Katchev to mixed grip into the Ejeva. Look at that, making the half turn complete.
Really extraordinary. She does it so well. She gets so much amplitude going into the Ejeva. It's stylishly performed. It's emphatically performed.
Keeping extension of those legs nice and straight. Trying to avoid any additional deductions for execution.
It is such a lovely skill to watch, the Ejeva, and when it's performed like the way she performs it, it's even more enjoyable.
Here.
The clarity in her execution of the Van Leeuwen.
And the pirouette, you can see there close up on those different grips. So important.
And then performs a full twisting double tuck to finish.
With the full twist. Very nicely controlled. Well done to her.
Hebben we eigenlijk Nederlanders in de zaal? Many Dutch spectators here. Thank you so much. Dank u wel om erbij te zijn. Heerlijk toch, die buren uit Nederland hier in de hal. Naomi Visser.
Nemours leads.
Komt eraan. There's the score.
Visser's score is 14.166. And that means that a moment of history has occurred, a milestone in the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. A gymnast from Africa has just made it onto the podium for the first time ever. Kelia Nemours, a gymnast who has opened the door for a continent. Xu Qiyuan of the People's Republic of China. The top performer in qualification, her score 14.9. Needs to be better than that to surpass Nemours. That's a wonderful skill. The layout Jaeger, the only one in the competition. And then she has the Downy Pak Salto. Really is well performed. How's the dismount going to be? Very precise from Xu Qiyuan of the People's Republic of China, the reigning Asian champion. She had a great all-around competition, finishing 4th.
And another impressive performance
Now, how is that going to change things at the top of the leaderboard? It's Namor, Jones and Huang at the moment.
In qualification,
Her difficulty score 6.5 in qualifying, a couple of tenths shy of what Namor has produced in this final. We see from her the only layout Jaeger in this competition, one of the few in the world.
Is that forward giant, and then that pirouette into
The
the
Jaeger
L
somersault named
grip.
after
Much
Bernd Jaeger, who
flexibility in the
won a
shoulders
team bronze
required
for
to turn
East
those
Germany at the
hands
1976
right out
Olympic
and keep
Games.
swinging round that one arm to complete the pirouette. Beautifully done. Driving the heels high into that
It's
straight
so
Jaeger.
impressive.
Connecting the elements. Again, perfectly straight, pencil straight in the handstand. Look at the flight there, well above the bar. Legs locked together. And here, kicking into the dismount. A popular full twisting double back somersault in the tuck position. Just a little step on the dismount. And she's delighted. So looking for a score of 14.7 or above to put
Brilliant
herself up
performance
into the medals.
from Zhu Qiyuan.
0.033 is our current leading score, and that's with Kaylee Attenborough.
14.9 in qualification. Namor leading on 15.033. There she is, the leader and the guaranteed medalist, an Algerian gymnast. Whatever happens, she'll achieve something that her nation, her continent never has before. She leads 15.1. Zhu Qiyuan of the People's Republic of China. She added 0.2 of difficulty from qualification. And with a gap of just over 600, she passes Kaylee Namor.
She will win a medal, that's for sure. At least bronze for Team Q1 of the People's Republic of China.
And that is an absolutely incredible accomplishment. A 15.1 score, gaining the 0.2 she needed from qualifying. The reigning Asian champion might be about to become the world champion. Sanne Veerman of the Netherlands. 14.2 in qualification, the 6th best. Part of the Dutch team that won the bronze medal at the European Championships earlier this year. Looking smooth and swingful. Execution of the Bahadwaj. Quite into the handstand position, so important that. It's a very good display from Sanne Veerman of the Netherlands, acquitting herself excellently in the uneven bars final. The 21-year-old from the Edam-Volendam municipality. Neighbouring Netherlands, extremely well supported here in Belgium.
Great to see two gymnasts from the Netherlands in this uneven bars final.
Started actually in winter sports. She used to skate with her grandfather.
21 years of age, business student at Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences.
Favourite athlete has always been the Dutch Paralympic snowboard medalist Chris Voss.
Europeans with the team in 2023.
She's an undergraduate in creative business at the Amsterdam University of Applied Science.
World Cup and bronze at Baku World Cup earlier this year on this apparatus. A little hop to undergrass position, allowing her to rotate in that forward giant into the Jaeger in the straddle position, high above the bar, giving her time to see the bar and catch it cleanly. Straight shape in the handstand. Toe on. And the transfer back up to the top bar. Maloney immediately back down the pack salto with the full
That's
twist.
the first execution I think we've seen of the Bahadwaj in this
Qualified with a score
final,
of
the full twisting
14.2
pack salto
and a
skill.
difficulty of 6.3. Went slightly better in the all-around, scoring 14.266. Certainly consistently performing well on this apparatus. And there, the full pirouette. And the full twisting double tuck again to finish. Hands and knees. Well done to Sana Vinmund. And the smile says it all. Well done.
She's got it. That's what Banana Rama are saying. Well, Sana Verma has definitely got it.
This is the penultimate score to come in. Chi Yuen leads, Kelly Namor is second, Charlize Jones is third, 14.766 is the gatekeeping score to get onto the podium. Veermans is 14.2, exactly the same as qualification, a 10th down in difficulty, a 10th up in execution.
Which means that
And Kalia Namor is guaranteed to take at least the bronze medal.
And now on uneven bars,
Simone Biles, the United States of America.
Simone Biles.
Fifth best in qualification, score of 14.4. Oh, doesn't she do so well to stop that problem before it gets out of hand? It's another example of why Simone Biles wins all-around competitions, because she's a gymnast who, when a small issue happens, it stays a small issue. We saw it on balance beam in the all-around final, and it has been the case once again in this uneven bars final. You can just sort of feel mentally when a problem comes along, it's as though she just, her whole body as well as her mind just goes no, and stops the problem straight away, and she gets on with it. Incredible experience.
Finish the uneven bars final. We wait for the score to come through. Then another opportunity to watch her in action. Here, into the handstand. And an unusual forward clear circle. Up into the half turn before making the transition via the Maloney, that toe on, up to catch the high bar. There's that high flying pike catcher over the top of the high bar and immediately into the pack salto. Smooth in the transitions, industrial in her approach, just gets the job done. A slight waver perhaps in the full twisting giant. Recovers immediately into a very, very high full twisting double somersault.
Excellent amplitude in the dismount as ever from Simone Biles to bring to a close a thoroughly engrossing women's uneven bars final. Chi Yuen, Kalia Namor, Charlize Jones 1, 2 and 3 with this last score to come in. Simone Biles 14.4 in qualification, 14.766 the number required to make it onto the podium.
And there's the score of Simone
14.2, Simone Biles in 5th place. It means that Chi Yuen of the People's Republic of China has turned Asian Championship gold into World Championship gold, the 16-year-old World Championship debutant. And there is a moment of extraordinary history that has been made at these World Championships. As we look at the celebrating gymnasts from a hugely established gymnastics nation, the People's Republic of China, we look at the silver medalist, Kayley Nimor, who has made history for the continent of Africa. The first gymnast representing an African nation to win a medal, I should say, at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. But we just take a moment to remember that in Antwerp in 1903, Joseph Martinez, who competed for France but was born in Oran in Algeria, won the first individual gold medal that was ever awarded in the history of the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. He was born in Algeria. He represented France. Now a gymnast born in France, who due to her parentage represents Algeria, has achieved a milestone moment for her country and her continent. Algeria, having given the sport its first superstar, has taken something back. The classified results in the women's uneven bars final. The bronze medal to the USA's Shilese Jones. Silver in a history-making result for Algeria and Africa to Kayley Nimor. And the gold medal won by Chu Chi-yuen of the People's Republic of China. And it was a very close battle between the top two. A look back at how the medals were won. One more final remains, and it has enormous ramifications for Olympic qualification. The men's steel rings final. It's the only thing that is still, because everyone is jittery as can be ahead of this one, because 5 athletes are in the race for a place at Paris 2024. Eleftherios Petronius, Artur Avatisyan, Vahagan Davtyan. We've even got teammates competing against each other. Vincent Herc and Nikita Simonov. Only one of them, the top of those performers, can make it to the Olympic Games. The rest are not applicable to qualify. That's gymnasts like Harry Hepworth, Yohao and Liu Yang, because they represent nations who have already secured a team spot at the Games. So for them, it's just about good old-fashioned World Championship glory. But we'll see when the dust settles and the fog clears who it is that is Paris bound. This, the last final of the day.
To do some bongo. If you see yourself, you gotta hit the drums. Come on now. Come on, show me your rhythm. Hey. Yeah, that's you. Don't just wave, hit the bongo. Good, very good. Keep it going, keep it going. Nice. Ah, de dames zitten erop. Hopla, ja zeker. Come on now. Keep on hitting that bongo. Very good.
We are waiting to get the men's rings final underway. And it should be a thoroughly exciting one.
Let's see.
And we are ready for the men's final on still rings. Presenting you the 8 finalists.
Here are the 8.
From Great Britain, Harry Hepworth.
Harry Hepworth from Great Britain will begin the men's still rings final. The 8th best in qualification. He's done so well to make it into this field.
Yeo Ho.
Somewhere there is Yeo Hao from the People's Republic of China. There he is, the 3rd best in the qualification process and the silver medalist at the last Olympics. The Olympic champion from Rio and the bronze medalist in Tokyo, Eleftherios Petrounias of Greece, going in pursuit of his 4th World Championship title. He was the 2nd best in qualifying. Artur Avatisyan of Armenia.
Also from Armenia, Vahan Davtyan.
He was the joint 6th best in qualification, along with his own teammate Vahagan Davtyan.
Representing Austria.
And the 2 of them are both going for 1 Olympic place. Goodness me, the tension. Vincent Herk of Austria, European Championship medalist and World University Games medalist. He's also going for a place at the Games. He was the 5th best in qualifying. The top performer in qualification, the reigning Olympic champion Liu Yang of the People's Republic of China.
From Azerbaijan, Nikita Simonov.
And we have Nikita Simonov from Azerbaijan, the 4th best in qualification, and another gymnast who is contesting a place at the Olympic Games. 5 of them trying to be the one that places highest. As I said earlier, it doesn't matter where they finish in terms of the medals, it's simply being the top of that chasing group of Olympic qualification hopefuls. The contenders in this men's rings final,
The warm-up time
bidding
for the first
not just for
starts now.
World Championship honours, but many of them, most of them, for a place at the Olympiad. And just that added extra complication that 2 of them are from the same country. We look up into the rafters of the Sport Palace in Antwerp, Belgium. Yeo Hao, silver medalist at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. And a World Championship runner-up in Glasgow in 2015. Eleftherios Petrounias, the Olympic champion from Rio, a gentleman who just made it to the last Olympic Games. It was one of the most dramatic conclusions to the qualification process. Is going to be able to get into an Olympic qualification spot much earlier than last time. Competing for it, Artur Avatisyan as well, the World University Games champion from 2019. The best of fortune to them all, and especially so to those who are seeking to earn their spot at Paris 2024. They have extra pressure on their shoulders, and their shoulders need to be extremely strong to deal with the still rings.
Altijd spectaculair. Always spectacular, these still rings exercises. And we start with an athlete of Great Britain. Here's the exercise of Harry Hepworth.
Great Britain's Harry Hepworth, 8th best in qualification, 14.366. The 19-year-old starting with the planche into the Maltese, going in a controlled way to the iron cross. Another well-performed Maltese. There's going to be those with much higher difficulty to come, but there's some nice tidy delivery from him. Well, Harry Hepworth with a good start. His dismount lacked a little clarity, but he has had a triumphant World Championships, making his way into more than one final. It's a brilliant accomplishment.
Not just known as the rings, but known as the still rings, and quite important because the challenge is to keep those cables as still as possible.
He's been a World Cup medalist on floor, including a gold medalist. He's been a vault silver medalist.
For grip over the top of his
and he was the under-18 British rings champion, actually, in 2021. And that was back during his all-around days, which are no longer a focus of his.
Hold and swinging parts to the judges. Here, the cross position, synonymous with the rings. Incredible strength in the upper body, the pectorals, the deltoids, all working
his
so hard.
Execution score in qualification was one of the best. It's quite easy to see why.
Two twists, just a little pace on the landing.
Difficult to see his dismount from that position, but I think he took quite a sizable pace.
Has high expectations of himself. Qualified with a score of 14.5 and a difficulty value of 6.4.
Hij heeft al medailles gewonnen op wereldbekers, deze Harry Hepworth, maar nooit aan ringen. En hier staat hij plots.
14.1 for Harry Hepworth. Execution down by just over 2/10 from qualification. His difficulty the same as the preliminary round.
En hij is nog maar 19, only 19 years old, Harry Hepworth.
So he sets the mark for everyone else to try to go beyond.
Almost time for the second exercise in this rings final.
Next will be a two-time Olympic medalist, including the runner-up at the Olympic Games in Tokyo.
The People's Republic of China, Yao Hao.
Yao Hao of the People's Republic of China. A medalist on rings at the World Championships as well. He's got such a collection of honours. His scoring qualification, 14.8. Very elegantly and powerfully opens up into the diagonal hands, or the horizontal armed handstand. Level position in the planche, really nice. Good level Maltese as well. Steady, still handstand. And the layout work, which is so nice to see on the rings. Great geometry to this routine. Jonasson, elegant Jonasson, that's lovely, into the iron cross. Not quite as perfectly horizontal by his own high standards on that Maltese, but it's very small a difference. His handstand again looks steady. His dismount was a little on the compressed side, slightly piked, but it was a very well performed routine, and it is going to be a contender for a place on the podium, one imagines.
Yu Hao from the People's Republic of China.
Such an important part of the Chinese team.
The 31-year-old was silver medalist on rings at the Tokyo Olympic Games.
The team that
And also
was
the World
involved in
Championships
such a
last year,
great contest with the
2015,
Japanese
behind
team
another
for
of
the
our
overall
finalists,
team
Livius
title.
Petrunius, who we will see performing next. Looking at him in action again. Look at that. The double rotation, the straight position, really having to turn the rings. That's the
Extraordinary
O'Neill.
double layout on the rings.
Working hard, incredible
Looks
strength
beautiful.
and flexibility in the shoulders, and bringing that rotation under control brilliantly. Composure in the cross, holding for a clear 2 seconds to make sure his difficulty counts. Here, the swinged handstand. And the double twisting, double straight at the end of that routine. Fights to control that landing. Trying to save himself from any undue deductions. Qualified in third place with a score 14.8.
Now, how will it compare to 14.8, the qualification number? Yu
Deze
Hao.
man is de vice-Olympische kampioen aan de ringen. Pakt het zilver in Tokyo 2 jaar
A
geleden.
number of gymnasts at these championships who've spoken of his love of computer gaming, video gaming, as a way to step away from gymnastics and keep his mind on something else for a short time. And he can keep his mind on a potential place on the podium with that number, 14.833. He gains 2/10 of difficulty from qualification. He loses almost 2/10 of execution. It's an improvement of a few hundredths. The second best in qualification, the Olympic champion from Rio, Eleftherios Petrunius. A gymnast who is seeking a place at the Olympics, and in a fashion that is less dramatic than last time, when he only just made it right at the end. Pushes up into a very horizontal planche, lovely, and then drops down below the rings up into the Maltese with the fingers pointed. Incredible. Jonasson, that's as level a shoulder presentation as you'll see. Again, palms open in the Maltese. Terrific handstand. He's looking good. Lovely planche once more. Holding it for the clear 2 seconds is vital. Iron cross with beautiful geometry, beautiful symmetry. Has to slightly adjust the handstand, but by centimetres. He doesn't have to adjust his dismount. It's brilliant. Oh, that's a look of immense relief for Eleftherios Petrunius, the 32-year-old from Athens. From Greece, the birthplace of the Olympics, and the man who calls the games home might have earned himself a place.
And the Greek flag is flying high around the arena.
That is tremendous.
Super performance from him. Nailed that landing on the double twisting double back. 32 years old. 2016 Olympic champion, the 2020 Olympic bronze
He went
medalist,
to
3 times
the Tokyo
world
Olympics,
champion,
won the bronze medal. He dreamt of
European
dedicating an
champion
Olympic
of
medal
this
to his
apparatus.
daughters, Sophia and
Highly
Eleni.
decorated, highly motivated. Second highest qualifier with a score of 14.9. Training every sinew, every muscle to keep
He's
those
so
rings still.
good
Then
here at hitting
perfectly
positions
flat
first
in that
time
top
without
planche,
adjustment.
turning those rings out.
And there really is
Beautiful control.
a sense of establishing a parallel line from the ground when he's in those Maltese and planche positions.
Pressing back up into the Maltese, a little flare.
Rarely
of the
do you
palm,
see the legs
just
drop
to show he's got it
or
totally
rise
under
at the
control.
back. It's just
Giving you away with a
beautiful
smile.
gymnastically.
Scores on its way.
He leads 15.066. Eleftherios Petrunius.
Wow, wow, wow! 15.06.
The world champion on 3 occasions and the Olympic champion in Rio may well be on his way to Paris, but there's a long way still to go in this final. That's a mighty standard set though.
And we're gonna have Armenia. From Armenia, Artur Avetisyan.
Artur Avetisyan, 25-year-old from Yerevan, the capital city of Armenia, one of 2 Armenian gymnasts, both from Yerevan, both going for a spot at the Olympic Games. He won the World University Games title in 2019. It really announced him as a major contender internationally, especially as he beat the likes of Ibrahim Cholak to do it. Very poised and controlled looking work. Controls the trembling very well. His handstand was slightly arched, but not gravely so. And his dismount was good with a small hop forwards. Artur Avetisyan of Armenia. It's going to be such a challenge to get ahead of Eleftherios Petrunius, and they must all know that, the rest of the field. Just remind ourselves there are still qualification opportunities to come through the World Cups.
Of 5.9, 25 years of age. He's 4th on this apparatus, the World Championships last year, just out of the medals.
And those World Cup
Won a gold on
competitions
rings
are
at the
going
World
to be,
Challenge Cup in Varna,
frankly,
Bulgaria earlier this year.
horrifically nerve-wracking to watch
And
next year.
bronze at both Cairo and Cottbus. Yeah, and the Maltese, nice and flat, that's what the judges are looking for. Straight line in the body. Keeping the rings as still as possible. Here, driving the heels backwards into this double rotation forwards. That's the Yamawaki. Heels lifting again as he moves into the Maltese. Little dip of the shoulders and back up into that strength hold position. See the grasp on the rings there. So, time to take the handguards off, and he can take a rest.
Artur Avetisyan's score is 14.433. He's in 3rd position. Petrunius leads at the halfway stage of this final. And if Eleftherios Petrunius holds on to win this, then it's going to be his first World Championship title since 2018.
Four more gymnasts, 4 more finalists on still rings. Eleftherios Petrunius in first place.
However, there is him,
of the People's Republic of China.
Yu Yang,
And then Armenia
the Olympic
with Avetisyan.
champion, the reigning
And Great Britain's
Olympic
Harry Harford.
champion.
Yes,
won the
Adam
World
Assel
Championship
from,
title
Turkey
9
took the title
years
last
ago.
year, but placed 12th in qualification, so we know we'll definitely be crowned
And his
a
score
new
in the
champion.
preliminary round was
But who will it
15.2.
be? Eleftherios Petronius has laid down the gauntlet. A fabulous performance from him. But we have the leader from qualification, Liu Yang, who is yet to perform. He will be the penultimate performer on the rings. And as we have seen, anything can happen in these finals. Again, only 0.7 differentiating.
And Nikita
all
Simonov
8
has
finalists here on
performed
this
really
apparatus.
well in World Cup competition this season. The gymnast from Azerbaijan, based in Baku, the World Cup champion. He won a bronze medal at the Doha World Cup and then was the champion in Baku, in his home city in Cairo, in Egypt. And that was after starting the season finishing 10th in Cottbus, so he really improved after a pretty shaky first competition. One of the absolute elder statesmen of still rings gymnastics is about to take to the apparatus.
Motion on still rings now. Finalist number 5, representing Armenia, Vahan Davtyan.
Vahan Davtyan of Armenia. The 6th best, joint 6th best in qualification with Arta Avatisyan, his own teammate. 35, competing at his 6th World Championships. It's the 4th time he's been in the rings final. 6th is his best placement. He was last year's World Cup winner on the rings. Goes into the planche to begin. Good control in the iron cross. Beautiful looking Maltese. Steady, stable handstand. That's an extremely level Maltese cross. It's a good level shoulder line with finger point and toe point demonstrated. He's a little diagonal on that occasion in the planche, but slightly. Oh, that's a glorious dismount from Vahan Davtyan. Beautiful. Very nice work. For a couple of years now, he's been combining his elite gymnastics career with working as the head of sports and youth affairs department for Yerevan municipality. He is on a real mission to improve sports facilities in state schools and government schools. He's somebody who rolls his metaphorical sleeves up and gets involved in trying to improve the lives of young people and giving them the chance to be the sort of athlete he has been. And he's been a European Championship medalist on 3 occasions. He came 2nd this year in Antalya at his 11th European Championships. And he has made very clear he's got no desire to push for higher difficulty beyond 6.0. He says his actual focus is gaining tenths of execution by being more attentive to small details. He's got his plan very clearly worked out. He likes to do this beautifully.
And I think we have
And it was a very nice performance 14.7. 8.7 for execution, the second best that we've seen so far. And he's into the bronze medal position. 3 to go, one of whom is the top from qualification.
Have we got any people from Austria here? Oh, yes. We do.
Vincent Herk from Austria, the 5th best in qualification with 14.6. A World University Games medalist and a European Championship medalist. And the reigning national champion many years in a row. Planche to open. Jonassen to Yamawaki. To the Maltese cross. Little trembling in the planche. All entirely understandable, considering we're so close to the end of these championships and the intensity of the occasion. His handstand is good. His dismount is a treat. That's beautiful from Vincent Herk of Austria, the 27-year-old from Graz. It's the 8th time he's competed at the World Championships. His best result was 5th in 2021.
Qualified in 5th place with a score of 14.6. Had a difficulty value of 6.1.
He recently completed his qualifications in mechatronics at the University of Innsbruck.
He was just 7 years of age. 10 times national champion.
He's another of the gymnasts here who, like Joao, really enjoys gaming. Very interested in technology, as you'd expect from somebody with his academic background and expertise.
On this apparatus. And put in a very good performance here. Working hard to hold that Maltese. And the cross position. Trying to make it look as easy as possible, but believe me, it's not. Transitioning from one strength element to the next. And Jonassen directly into the Yamawaki.
Isn't that a level line? Love it.
Love it. You do the judges at the side, see that?
14.566 for Vincent Herk. He's in 4th position. And it means that Eleftherios Petrounias has a medal. Back on the podium, Eleftherios Petrounias.
And now for the People's Republic of China.
But for how long will he lead? Here is the Olympic champion and the top qualifier, Liu Yang. His execution score in qualifying was an extraordinary 8.8. Into the horizontal armed handstand and another, and it really is horizontal. Completely inverted iron cross. Maltese position, thorough. Yamawaki with a good tight tuck. Points the toes nicely back in the Maltese. It's very poised, isn't it? The dismount is another outstanding one. Liu Yang, he just does this so beautifully. The 29-year-old from Liaoning, who attended the prestigious Beijing Sport University and who is going to be on a prestigious World Championship podium based on that display. He might go into the lead.
He was our highest qualifier with 15.2 and a difficulty score of 6.4.
Very good standard of rings final.
And pulled out all the stops here.
And they're always so close, these competitions.
The 29-year-old who's the 2020 Olympic and the 2014 World Champion on this apparatus. On a silver with the team here just a few days ago. And here showing complete composure, almost serenity on the rings. Driving the heels into the Emerson. Stopping completely still in that
You
cross position.
always trust
He's
his
looking
degree
for
of
the
control.
shoulders level with the rings. Absolute concentration. And here, such an impressive dismount. The double twisting, double tuck. Not a waver with the feet. And he knows he's done a good job. Like, what do you think of that, Andrew?
Eleftherios Petrunius leading on 15.066. Liu Yang with a performance of such high quality, and he goes into the gold medal position, 15.233. Now, I should just say that from Petrunius's perspective, it doesn't impact Olympic qualification for him, where he needs to win that mini tournament of the 5, and there's only one of those left. It's Nikita Simonov, because the People's Republic of China have already qualified a team. Nikita Simonov needs a really enormous improvement from qualification. He scored 14.666. It's 15.066, so 4/10 higher. That leads the way, or leads the way in the Olympic qualification process, I should say, because it's Liu Yang now who's at the top of the leaderboard overall. He flickers somewhat in the inverted cross. Doesn't flicker there in the Maltese. Another excellent landing in a thoroughly impressive rings final at the World Championships. Nikita Simonov of Azerbaijan completes this day of apparatus finals in Antwerp, Belgium.
Our final gymnast on the rings, 27 years of age, qualified in 14.666. Specialist on this apparatus.
Competed at his third World Championship, Simonov, last year. He was 7th in the rings final in 2018 in Doha. But we could have another situation where from today we get a world champion and Olympic champion going on to Paris in Liu Yang.
Through his routine in his mind. And their beautiful toe point and leg extension throughout the routine. Real amplitude in his legs. Jonasson, those rotations into the Maltese. And he absolutely nailed the landing.
Liu Yang, then Eleftherios Petrunius, then Yohao.
Yeah, score is already there.
14.666. Nikita Simonov of Azerbaijan in 5th place behind Vahagan Davtyan of Armenia. But the top three have been confirmed. It is Liu Yang of the People's Republic of China, who's won the World Championship title. He goes to Paris as the reigning world and Olympic champion. Eleftherios Petrounias of Greece has crucially finished the highest of all of the applicable qualifiers. That has to be confirmed and signed, sealed and delivered, but there's a reason he looks happy, not just because of the silver medal, but because the drama of the Tokyo qualification process looks like it won't be repeated. And Yor Hao of the People's Republic of China wins bronze. And well done to Vahagan Davtyan, finishing fourth at the age of 35.
Titles up for grabs.
Dames en heren, blijf zeker zitten. Zometeen nog de medailleceremonie van de...
And that really does position Vahagan Davtyan as one of the top contenders for the World Cup Series, especially as he was the champion last year. And Nikita Simonov, who was just below him, the champion this year. So 2024 is going to be fascinating in World Cup competition. Meanwhile, Liu Yang is the top man in Antwerp.
Gymnasts, please march out.
The classified results in the men's rings competition: bronze to Yor Hao of the People's Republic of China, silver to Eleftherios Petrounias of Greece, a crucial result for his Paris 2024 prospects, and Liu Yang of the People's Republic of China, the Olympic champion, is also the world champion going into Paris next year.
En daarmee zit dus de laatste finale erop. Jarno, zit jij nog ergens in de zaal? Waar kunnen we jou vinden?
Hallo Niels. Ik zit inderdaad in de zaal.
And we have the victory ceremonies to bring you in just a moment for the three events that have just taken place. So please don't go too far away. Those scenes of celebration on their way. But let's remind ourselves of how the medals were won in the men's rings competition.
Very good. I wish you guys the best of luck. Maybe one round of applause for Brazil, everybody, because they had a perfect World Championship. Let's see. I don't know how much time we have left, but let's see who else we got. Let's see. Do you speak English? Yeah, a little bit. That's perfect. That's perfect. Come over here. Go over here. Can I ask what's your name?
Jin.
Sorry?
Jin.
Jin. How proud are you of what happened today?
It's very happy to be here to share the happiness with all my people from my homeland. So it's very important because we just finished the Mid-Autumn Day. It's the family day, family festival. So it's very delighted and honored to share the happiness with the people from hometown. That's important. Thank you.
I can totally imagine. Look, waving the flag and everything. A lot of happy people in the place. Let's see, I see people from USA. I think I've seen you guys all week as well. Am I not correct? Right? Look, I'm gonna head over to you guys as well. I know this because you have been on the flex cam a lot. Can you do it one more time for the people on the big screen? Can you flex one more? Look. The flex cam. It wasn't here until you arrived. What's your name? how important is it for you to be here live? Because, like I said, I've seen you all week on the Jumbotron. You've been there a lot. You've witnessed everything. How important is it for you to be here?
It's amazing to see it in person with your own eyes, because as humans with screens, we're so accustomed to fake things on screens, and when you see it on TV, it just doesn't seem real. But here, it's actual human bodies defying gravity, and it's so exciting to watch.
As long as he's got his stuff.
I guess it's sometimes
Of course, we miss Bernie. Of course, we miss Bernie.
yeah, of course. I was just sad for Brad, you know, like a shame that
You're okay. Thank you.
What's better than day one? As consistent to day one. That's what I want. So.
I think they were going a little bit harsher Justin today.
Yeah.
Both, but I felt like I went way better than day one, but
I try not to think too hard on the scores because it's so
like it's almost it's fully like you can't even pay attention to it.
But you got quite a few at Oh, you probably have that easy.
Not easy.
The victory ceremony in the men's pommel horse competition about to take place at the Sport Palace in Antwerp, Belgium, and the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships of 2023. And the scene of yet another triumph for him.
Third place and bronze medal winner representing Jordan, Ahmed Abu Al-Soud.
Ahmad Abu Al-Soud of Jordan, the winner of the bronze medal, the second consecutive appearance for him on the World Championship podium.
Second place and silver medalist from the United States of America, Koi Young.
A newcomer, part of this great young generation of American gymnasts. Koi Young is his name, and he is a World Championship silver medalist.
And first place, gold medal winner and world champion from Ireland, Rhys McClanahan.
Rhys McClanahan of the Republic of Ireland is the world champion again. He retains the title. The title that he won in Liverpool last year. And in doing so, he can dream of the Olympic Games in Paris.
By Andrew Toombs, FIG Men's Technical Committee Vice President.
This was a truly beautiful performance from him. And the reward is yet another World Championship title. He's achieved so many famous firsts for his country. He's become one of the most recognisable figures in Irish sport and indeed in world gymnastics.
And we all stand up, ladies and gentlemen.
And we'll now have the national anthem of Ireland.
Ireland.
National anthem of Ireland played in honour of Rhys McClenaghan. The medalists in the pommel horse competition of the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics in Antwerp, Belgium.
We're taking some pictures of these wonderful athletes. Let's hear it for the medal winners on men's pommel horse.
The celebrations will continue in just a moment with the women's uneven bars victory ceremony.
It is now time for the award ceremony for the women's uneven bars final. Please welcome the medal winners.
Victory ceremony in the women's uneven bars competition at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics in Antwerp, Belgium.
Bronze medal winner representing the United States of America, Shilese Jones.
The bronze medal winner is Shilese Jones of the United States of America, who just cannot stay off a World Championship podium. She's shown herself to be an absolutely first-rate performer at international level.
Representing Algeria, Kélia Nemou.
A first ever appearance for a gymnast representing an African nation on a podium at the World Championships. Kélia Nemou. And she has opened the door. It is a history-making accomplishment.
And world champion from the People's Republic of China, Qiu Qiyuan.
The title narrowly won by Qiu Qiyuan of the People's Republic of China in her debut World Championships, and it's a lovely moment for her. She was fourth in the all-around competition. So impressive there. And a day later, she produces a world title-winning performance on her signature apparatus.
And by Jacqueline Ertrand, co-president of the Royal Belgian Gymnastics Federation.
All right, y'all. I love that for them. I'm going to sleep. Bye, y'all. Love y'all. Bye.
The national anthem of the